Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me in studios are senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And joining us all week long is macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good. A few things to talk about this morning. We'll get to the news with you guys in just a moment. I know the Google news is pretty much the top headline that we'll talk about, and I know that Craig even said to me earlier that it even impacting Apple. So we'll talk about that. First off, S&P, NASDAQ up 0.5%. S&P's up 25. NASDAQ's up about $1.50, 150 points. NASDAQ leads us down, takes us back higher. What a shocker to have some bullish news on a weak first day of the month. Russell's still struggling a little bit, probably because of dollar strength again today. And then you have the long end again. I'm going to go to you guys and talk about yields across the globe are elevated. So you got bond market takes out the August low yesterday. I talked about that as an important thing to note. And then you have bonds still relatively weak, not accelerating through last month's low, but still relatively weak. When we look at the metals, gold up $23 this morning, copper down. You've got silver and platinum both up a little bit. Again, gold leads the charge higher for metals. Yesterday, first day of the month, we talked about this yesterday as well. Gold has been getting bid on the first day of the month, but not really continuing. But in this environment, and I'll let you guys talk more about why, is excelling again today. You know, crypto a little bit this morning. You know, Bitcoin has really it's found a bid at that 108,000. I saw a lot of crypto people talking about that 108 as being a big area, and it continues to defend it. And then Ethereum continues to defend like 4,300. I think, again, crypto remains a topic of conversation in the Trump administration. And anytime that there has been weakness looking for it to break out lower, it doesn't. It just kind of stays bid. But that's the landscape for markets. Good morning, chat. Thank you for joining us here this morning. We're going to go to Shai now. Shai, talk to us about the major headlines overnight.
All right, so we have Google dodges the Chrome sale and the antitrust case. There was a case against Google, an antitrust case, and the long and short of it, they were going to force them to sell off the Chrome browser, but that didn't happen. So obviously, good news for Google. Shares jumped. But for Apple, the fact that Google's not going to be barred from paying for search distribution is a huge relief because Apple has a lucrative search arrangement with Google. So good news for both of those companies.
Yep. I want to go to you, Craig, about yields globally. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit yesterday with the bond sell-off and, first of the month. And I think broadly speaking, what you have is global sovereign debt markets under pressure, a variety of factors. One, the inflation fight is not over really anywhere. Japan is seeing issues with inflation still. The UK is struggling with inflation, and in the US, we're not showing any sustainable path back down to 2%, and we're seeing some signs of reaccelerating inflation in the US, and so that's pressuring the global bond markets, particularly at the long end. You also have these rising fiscal deficits globally. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but with NATO countries being forced to spend more on defense, Japan spending more on defense and rearmament, and we're getting accelerating fiscal deficits globally. So that's another pressure on the long end. And finally, central bank independence, right? I mean, this is something that not only in the U.S. but globally, is the inflation fighting mandate going to be obstructed by governments interfering? And we're seeing that clearly with the Trump administration and the siege against various Fed members to try to remove them and put more accommodating members on the board. And markets are sniffing that out. And so what you're seeing is a really big steepening in yield curves, particularly at the very long end. 10s, 30s steepeners have been accelerating for the last several weeks. And I think that's a reflection that global duration assets are under pressure.
Yeah, and all of this in spite of a Fed looking to cut rates for the first time in a while. First meeting coming up middle of September since July. Again, I think this environment is why gold is excelling right now. Crypto remains bid every time you see weakness. This is better for those markets.
Yeah, I think global market participants and citizens are waking up to the reality that money printing is going to continue whenever there's signs of any strain, any times of economic slowdown or issues in the labor markets. The governments are going to react with more stimulus, and central banks are going to be forced to act with more accommodation. And so I think that's really what we're picking up. Yesterday, for the first time in quite some time, we saw a pickup in volatility, right? Not only in the equity volatility, but in the move index in the bond market caught a little bit. Gold volatility caught a little bit. And so over the summer, you mentioned this yesterday about August being, there's no humans around and machines. But what we did have is we had a systematic re-leveraging of global portfolios because vol was incredibly compressed throughout the entirety of the month, with the Fed moving vol down, the administration continuing to suppress volatility. But now that people are back in the chairs and have to think about the outlook for the economy and for central banks for September, started to see a little bit of that vol creep back into markets yesterday. That's going to have impacts on these systematic portfolios, 60-40 allocations, vol control funds, risk parity funds, which are all driven by volatility as kind of their main input. A lot of those inflows in August, if we start to see some of that back away in September because volatility has risen, that creates the increased possibility that markets could come a little bit more unraveled as macro data maybe doesn't go along with the current narrative.
Yeah, it makes unemployment really an important moment right now for us on Friday. It also gets me thinking about when we had Jem Carson on, and he talked about flows August into September.
Exactly.
He's the man when it comes to that. So I want to go back to you. What I did not mention was crude oil.
Right.
And there was a story you told me that's kind of BS, so let's hear about it.
All right, so crude oil is down 2%. It puked in one go after Reuters came out with an article that said that OPEC Plus was considering further raising oil production at the meeting on Sunday. Now, this is why this is not true. First of all, the group of 8 that is meeting on Sunday already unwound all of their cuts. So they can't make a decision for the rest of the group. There's still 1.65 million in cuts to be unwound, which is scheduled to be unwound starting at the end of 2026. So the idea that this group of 8 can make a decision for the whole group is just not it's just not true, to be quite honest. And also, they said because, their reasoning was that they want to flood the oil market, which is also not true, because if we look at Saudi Arabia, just today they issued $5.5 billion in U.S. denominated bonds. They're at almost $20 billion in bonds this year alone that they've issued in other currencies, euro and USD. And that is because their fiscal break even for oil is $90. That's to cover their debts, not to cover production. And so because oil prices have been so suppressed, they have to issue more bonds to cover their debts. And so the idea that they want to increase production and see oil prices drop is ludicrous to me. And so I think this is all misinformation. Reuters has been known to do this before. They're on the OPEC bad list. They're not invited to any OPEC meetings anymore. And so just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting because oil, it's seems to have a headline every time it's about to break out higher or lower that pulls us back in, right? It goes back to the old Godfather saying, I try to get out and they pull me back in. This is exactly what you see in oil. It's like we're going to break out lower, gets pulled back in. Tries to break out higher, gets pulled back in. And as you've said to me many times, the $65 is kind of that sweet spot for production. We might need to stay at these prices or higher for lower prices in the future. And again, it just shows me whether the news is BS or not. The market had weak hands and longs. They were looking for reasons to probably cover, and that's just where we are again. Opposite happens in the equity market again. Every single time that the market gets a little bit weak, something bullish comes out. I want to talk a little bit more about equities with you, Craig. I mean, you talk about this environment of global inflation rearing its head down the road. I said this morning in my note, traders need to keep an eye on the bond market again. I always look at the bond market as when it's in the middle of a range, I really kind of don't. I watch it, but it's like I don't need to know kind of exactly what it's doing. Short-term day trader, But when it starts getting near previous month lows and you start to see this stuff creeping up, what's happening in Japan, like you said, overnight, maybe touch base on that a little bit. Is bond market something equity traders need to keep an eye on now?
Yeah, it's a bit of a confusing, bond market because you have the Fed, like you said, the Fed likely to engage on a rate cutting cycle, but you have the long end of the bond market's pretty weak, and so you have this steepening dynamic, right, where front end yields are moving lower, are likely to move lower, and longer end yields are flat to moving higher. And so when you think about equities and valuation methodology, rising global long yields move into DCF analysis and think about equity valuation and equity multiples, and typically are a headwind for equities as an asset class. And what we've seen is, despite elevated yields, equities have obviously hung in incredibly well. But with this move in the long end, with this inflationary dynamic not really moving away, we're starting to, I'm starting to think there's been an issue here that's developing where investors are going to maybe start to struggle with that narrative that they've dealt with all year, which is kind of a low volatility, low yield environment, no worries. But this shift into small caps we talked about yesterday will clearly be impacted as the long end continues to sell off, right? Globally, these small cap companies need to refinance. There's a massive debt maturity windows this year, next year that were refied during COVID. And so higher cost of capital for these companies is a headwind. And so I think we could be in a situation as UK yields move higher, as Japan yields move higher, as German yields move higher, it kind of draws capital out of our markets and because people look and say 30-year US at 5%, I'll buy some of that, right? So it's capital that shifts out of riskier assets into, arguably these quote safer assets, even though I don't necessarily think that 30 years at 5% are particularly safe. But it's that valuation multiple dynamic in play that provides a headwind for equities.
Yeah, no doubt. Shai, any thoughts on that topic when we talk about global, yields right now spiking, impact on equities? What are you seeing?
Well, I think this goes back to everybody hates the long end, right? Nobody trusts the government. They don't trust that the government's going to have any kind of fiscal responsibility, and that is globally. And so, we're not going to rein in debt at all. And so people are demanding higher prices to hold on to these assets.
Yeah, and you wonder what this does to the housing market. You see President Trump talk about a housing crisis and wanting rates to get cut. And again, you're going to see rates cut likely in September, and you're going to see the long end stay elevated, and you're going to see mortgage rates go up. What does that do to the consumer? And, we'll continue to talk about this, as time goes by. For day traders, probably not an imminent risk. But again, I think when you look at the bond market right now, again, as I see bonds are pushing up near highs this morning. If the bond market starts to accelerate lower, traders, that's what you have to worry about. Because if it starts going down with velocity, it takes out previous month lows and starts going down quickly, that's when all of a sudden it's going to impact equity prices. You could see today bonds made a lower low and have come back in the range. Even though I know that there's a Google news, I think that is a breather for equities to know that they've not accelerated lower. Yeah. I think that's the key. Yeah,
and really it'll be the data that determines it, right? It's a bit of a light data day today. We have JOLT at 10 o'clock, which is July's data, so not the most updated data. Tomorrow will be a big day because you have the ADP print in the morning, and you have claims at 8:30, and then clearly Friday you'll have the non-farm payrolls print. And so I think the bond market will act kind of on the strength or weakness of the labor market. I think if the labor market shows a continued deterioration like we saw last month, I feel like it's going to be hard for the long end to really sell off. But if we have just kind of a status quo where, or we have positive revisions in the labor market, you could actually have the risk that the bond market really does start to sell off, right? It's almost the good news is bad news dynamic, exactly. Right? Where better labor data means this Fed cutting cycle maybe gets postponed or slows down. And we know that it's the liquidity additions that are really what drives the equity market, right? The market is yearning for that incremental liquidity. And if it's good economic data that slows that down, while it's maybe good for the economy, not necessarily good for markets because the long end will sell off and equities will probably come under pressure. So got to keep an eye on that labor data for the rest of the week.
100%. Walk us through the data today, Shai.
Right. So at 10 a.m., we have JOLTS, job openings, quits, and layoffs. We also have factory orders, durable goods, cap goods. At 10:30, we have crude inventories, and then the Fed beige book Fed beige book at 2 p.m., which is definitely not a market mover, but definitely everybody will be watching JOLTS.
Yeah, so we got the JOLTS, factory orders, durable goods, cap goods, crude inventories, all that up on the screens. Everybody always in Eastern time. Shai will be reporting on those in the chat as they come out. But day traders, make sure you have that checked off this morning to know that there's going to be some movement. And again, crude inventories, I don't think crude's the greatest trading market right now when it trades like this, but just keep an eye on it. And also, good morning, Chad. I haven't said hi to everybody yet this morning. Well, let's see who we say. Was he in here first again? Of course he was. Engineer Bear, good morning. We've got Melvin Trades, Cooper, My Serona, Paulie. Of course, we've got Craig Shapiro. He says hi, and he's right here. He's right next to us. We got Hey Jude. We've got Ivan. We've got John. We've got Darren. We've got Brad. We've got Reginald, Alfonso, Lee, Infinity, Video Starcade, Larry Pumpkin, H. Balut, Emilio, Alfonso, Ferrieri, Cruz, Trading Poker, Rob, Witt. A lot of people in here early. I mean, Adam. Landis, good morning, everybody. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. Never miss an episode as we're on our way to 150,000 subscribers. We've got a great show planned for when we hit that. A lot of giveaways, a lot of fun things going to be happening. Some really exciting things. We're waiting and holding out on some of this stuff because we're doing some big planning for what we're going to be doing. Potentially a meetup. Maybe somebody gets flown out somewhere. Who knows? Things are in the works in the background. Don't worry about it, everybody. But make sure you hit that like and subscribe. And also hit that reminder. Make sure we wake you up in the morning. Like I said, Craig's going to be here with us the rest of this week. And we love having Craig here. Craig, let's go back to you. Data points, jobs numbers today, ADP tomorrow, Friday. Talk to us about some scenarios coming into it. They got weak numbers, strong numbers. What reactions we think we could see coming off of those?
Yeah. We also, of course, get Trump today. He's decided he's going to speak again.
What's he speaking about?
He has a meeting with the Polish president today, so he likes to, bring him into the Oval, do a little press conference, from the chair. So always the chance that he'll have some pearls of wisdom for us, about. But really, the things I think he'd be focusing on are the tariff ruling, which we had at the end of last week. The government is going to appeal this rescission of tariffs. So right now tariffs are still here with us, but the Court of Appeals said that they're not legal, but they'll allow them to keep going until the Supreme Court rules. So we may get some incremental color on the speed with which the Supreme Court may decide that. I think that was maybe part of the sell-off that we saw yesterday in the bond market. Trump clearly thought that part of yesterday's sell-off had to do with the tariff ruling. He mentioned
that's right.
He talked about it on a radio interview he did. Where he said the markets were weak because of the tariff ruling. And he is concerned that the elimination of tariff revenues is going to be a disaster for the U.S. He doesn't talk about why that's the case with respect to the bond market. He talks about it with respect to the equity market and with respect to the investment that's been coming in. He says if we lose all these tariffs, we're going to be a laughingstock. No one's going to invest here. $17 trillion or more of incremental investment decisions have been made. That's all going to go away. And so he is very concerned, even though I think markets probably, or certain market participants would feel reprieve if tariffs completely went away, right? Low-end consumer would be benefited. Maybe the small companies would be benefited that have been paying these tariffs. Margins wouldn't be getting hit. So there's some dynamics there in play. I think the biggest issue for tariff elimination is the bond market, right? We're talking about a $300-500 billion revenue that's coming into the government. That's really helping the deficit situation. That's really preventing deficits from reaccelerating higher and from debts from moving higher. So if that were to go away, the bond market would struggle. And so I think that was the dynamic a little bit it was in play yesterday. With respect to, again, the data this week, we talked about this a little yesterday. Is the Fed cutting into an economy that needs it, or is the Fed cutting into an economy that doesn't need it?
That's the question.
And I think we saw with the July data, the July labor data deteriorating. If we get another month of that, I think there'll be growing concerns that this economy actually is weaker than folks realize, that there was a fair bit of pre-buying because of tariffs that's now going away, concerns about AI and what that means for future job implications, and this economy definitely starts to need some stimulus. However, if that was just a fluke, and maybe the deterioration isn't as bad, then the Fed's cutting with PMIs now moving over 50. I feel like I saw a stat yesterday. The Fed has never cut with PMIs, new orders moving over 50, and inflation above 3%, right? So there we're talking about some historic one-time things here, right? Things that the Fed's never done before, which is cutting into an economy, parts of the economy that really don't need it.
Well, they moved the needle, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. 2%, we're above that, and we're cutting.
Right. So that if the economy doesn't need it, then the bond market is going to sell off. Then inflation is going to reaccelerate. Then the dollar is going to get hit. And so, but next few days of data, I think will really set the tone for how we trade into that Fed meeting and whether or not folks will believe that this this cut is a defensive cut or really more of a kind of insurance cut.
Yeah.
I think actually, I don't expect. I think the non-farm will come in probably lower than expected, and the only reason why is because people are not firing. We're seeing this in jobless claims. We've been pretty steady, right, for months now, but they're not hiring because ultimately they don't know how these tariffs are going to affect their bottom line. And so I think companies are waiting to see really how this is all impacted because if you remember, they really didn't go into effect until August 1st. And so companies really haven't had a time to really see how this is going to impact them on a day-to-day basis. And so I feel like they're just in a hiring freeze.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's an important week for the rest of the year-ish. Important 2 weeks, let's put it that way. I think, again, we're coming out of the stagnant month of August. We come in. We've also got, for futures traders, we've got rollover. You've got bonds, currencies, equities all rolling over this month, which a lot of times is going to cause some volatility into that expiration. It's what makes futures special, right? You have expiration, you move from one contract to the next. And with all of this news coming in kind of right as that's all happening, I'm really interested to see what that sets the tone for, because if these numbers come in kind of right in line and the Fed does as expected, it could be kind of a snooze fest. If anything kind of gets jarred, like you said, these scenarios coming out of these job numbers is what's the cut, what's the purpose of the cut? That does set the tone.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. I mean, next week we have the CPI print, which obviously will be of paramount importance to traders. Is the Fed cutting into this reaccelerating inflationary environment? I mean, I think right now markets are looking for an over 3% headline inflation print, and core CPI, similarly, right, is moving to 3.1%. So, Fed's cutting with core CPI at 3.1%. It's kind of how do they, what's the justification for that? I think they benefited from this idea that oil prices have been lowered. Right, so the consumer maybe doesn't feel it as much, even though we all feel the higher prices. Maybe people don't feel the day to day with oil prices kind of being under wraps. But if let's say OPEC this week, decides that they're not going to cut production, as Tracy said, and oil prices kind of break through that range, then you're talking about some headline inflationary pressures. And so that's next week's business after this week's payrolls print, and then the following week is the Fed meeting. You also have VIX expiry, the day of the Fed meeting, and you have regular.
The day of it.
Yeah.
So VIX expiry is the Wednesday. Is at 9:30 in the morning of the Fed meeting, and then Friday is regular expiry. So, as Jem likes to talk about, that the window weakness is being open now, but into that Fed expiry week, a lot of data coming out and a lot of important information that could lead to a more volatile environment. And we saw yesterday, kind of the first tremors of that with the gold move, with the bond move, and with equity VIX kind of coming off the mat here a little bit.
And actually, the survey for non-farm payrolls is only 75K. This is because it came in at 73 last time. So they are the survey is much lower than we have been seeing.
Got it. And, for day traders out there, again, what we try to do here in the morning is give you guys that macro perspective so you understand how to navigate as we lead up to these things. And for day traders, again, important data points. We've got expirations. You've got a lot of things coming up. Make sure your calendars are marked and you understand. I always say if I come out of a day, is it me? Is it the market environment? Or is it my strategy? And right now you have to understand what this market environment is, and that's what we try to build and help you understand each and every morning here on NinjaTrader Live. What else have we not talked about here? You know, a little bit about the dollar strength coming in. We'll go to you, Shai. You know, you're the one, you know, how many years I've known you and we talk about it. We always say, what are the first things you look at in the morning? You always tell me it's the dollar. So dollar coming into September strong. Something's coming off of that a little bit in that counter trade, but not, you know, not something that I would typically see. I mean, obviously crude oil was bid and now has come off. Gold is going up with the dollar. Euro's actually up modestly this morning as well. Crypto is up. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing in the dollar?
So, you know, actually, you know, for we've been pretty flat here since all of August into September. I would say we're in, you know, between this 97.8 and 98.9 area. And so it's been pretty steady. I think we're kind of waiting to see what happens with this Fed meeting and everything that's, you know, all the data that's happening this week. But surprisingly, we have been holding rather steady for the dollar. You know, we saw that big sell-off, obviously, earlier this year from 110 down to 96. But we're still at the bottom of the range, but again, holding steady. And so you know, I think that's a factor of the fact that everybody else is kind of in trouble as well right now. So, you know, are you going to put your money in euros? You know, you're going to put your money in yen? I mean, so I think right now this is probably not so much fun for currency traders, but, you know, been holding steady. But we'll see. I mean, I think this month is going to bring in some volatility. I mean, the summer was kind of a snooze fest, just to grind higher all summer. And so for traders, you know, volatility is a good thing. You've got if you can get two-way trades, that's fantastic. And so I think that we're probably going to see more active markets this month for certain.
So talk about the dollar a little bit, Craig, because, you know, we've had several guests come on here, guests I like a lot, that much smarter than me. Well, most of the guests are much smarter than me. I'm okay with that. That's why we bring them in here. And they talk about how a lot of this is just out of U.S. dollar, right? Just getting out of the dollar. That's why gold's catching a bid. It's what crypto's catching a bid. You talk about that, you know, a little bit in some of the things you talk about in the morning. What are your thoughts on what the dollar is doing in the future of the dollar?
Yeah, look, I think the Trump administration's policy goal is to improve U.S. manufacturing competitiveness, to bring jobs back, and the only way we're going to get there is a materially weaker dollar. I think this is a government sponsored thing. We're talking about a reset here to improve competitiveness. So it's what the administration wants, and fighting what the administration wants is, you know, typically not a good idea. But people know this, right? People have been trading with this weak dollar mindset, you know, at least for the last several months here. And so the question now is, you know, how much of that is really priced in as we move into some of these important data points that are coming on, and as we move into this elevated bond yield dynamic that's developing. I mean, if you look at dollar yen, you know, dollar yen's through the 50-day, through the 200-day to the upside, right? Dollar's looking incredibly, you know, bid again versus the yen, which kind of makes sense because, you know, Japan is having its inflationary issues. It's closer to raising, you know, closer to a slowdown in growth than not. And its bond markets are selling off. And so, you know, look, I think as far as gold is concerned, gold is the ultimate place I think the capital will flow into as it moves out of treasuries, right? There's the global south, there's China, there's India, there's Russia, there's the economy outside of the U.S. that's trading away from the U.S. that doesn't want to use the dollar anymore and doesn't want to settle excess trade balances in treasuries anymore because the U.S. government has shown no real ability to reduce the debt, reduce the deficits. And so global governments don't want to have their reserves inflated away. And so they're moving capital and shifting capital into gold as a neutral reserve asset. And more global investor sets are also doing that. And so I think that's why gold has really benefited, you know, since Trump has come into office. And it seems like it's reaccelerating again here as talk about Fed independence has become under pressure, and as talk about inflation reaccelerating, it's kind of proving the point that the government really isn't serious about bringing inflation back down to 2%. And it's inflation that is the issue for bondholders, right? They are going to be paid back in deflated dollars. Their real returns are terrible if we have big inflation. They need to find alternate places to store capital. Gold has been the place to go.
Yeah, I mean, this environment, as we talk through it each and every morning, it explains why gold obviously has technical strength and it has macro strength. I mean, there's
You
so
have an
much behind this story.
underlying bid
You have an
from central banks.
Exactly,
So,
right? And also another reason why this is a great crypto environment. Going again back to what the administration's doing. This is a pro-crypto administration, and you see it in the charts. You have technicals. When they get a little bit weak, they don't break out lower.
Yeah.
They stabilize, consolidate, and then they come back up. And those are where the areas are. And again, last thing before we get to our guest today, you know, when the administration wants a weak dollar, again, tech companies that have tons of money, stocks, people come in, they sell dollars. They'd rather be in stocks. And so this environment is, I think a lot of people make the argument that maybe this could be bad for equities, and I'm sure there are some reasons, but ultimately it's still, I think, a decent environment for equities.
Yeah. And you think about just market caps as opposed to just the price, right? I mean, the Bitcoin market cap is still only $2.5 trillion. The gold market cap is 23, 24, $25 trillion. I mean, the global sovereign debt markets are hundreds of trillions of dollars,
Exactly.
right? So, small moves out of those markets can lead to, big market cap gains in things like gold and things like Bitcoin and crypto, broadly speaking. So, I remain constructive on both Bitcoin and gold here.
Yep. All right, Craig. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So we'll see Craig tomorrow. Shai, quick preview of our guest today.
So we have Patrick Ceresna, founder of Big Picture Trading. He is also the co-host of Macro Voices and Market Huddle podcast.
I love Patrick. He's best. He's one of the good people in this industry. All right, everybody, let's bring Patrick in.
Hey,
Patrick, good morning.
hello,
How
everyone.
you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
We're doing great. We're glad to have you here. We're glad to have you here now. Probably top macro podcast over the last many years. You've been a part of Macro Voices. It's great. I've listened to many of them. Gosh, you and Eric over the years. Talk with you guys many times. What is the central story right now coming into September? I'm sure you guys have had a lot of podcasts with some top macro people. What is the story that you see consistently coming through in some of those interviews?
Well, it has to be all oriented around whether or not there is going to be new rate cuts. This is already on the table. But the question is, how dovish will the Fed have to become and how deep will the rate cuts go? Has the market priced in enough rate cuts or will the situation potentially deteriorate, showing that the Fed may have to cut deeper than expected, right? So right now, for instance, SOFR futures out to December 2026 are pricing into the end of next year 3% rate. And so that's looking, for just over 100 basis points of rate cuts into next year. What if the situation starts to show further economic weakness through jobs numbers and so on? Will we see them have to price in an additional 50 basis points of cuts next year? How and what kind of an impact it will have on the economy and on other assets?
Yeah, absolutely. And then I'm kind of want to talk about some individual markets. We have precious metals starting to break out, silver
Yes.
finally starting to break out, gold now breaking out of yet another consolidation pattern. So what's your outlook on precious metals? And, is this bid going to continue just because of, what's going on globally macro-wise?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's incredibly interesting to see the entire dynamic in the precious metal space because we finally have even seen movement in platinum and palladium joining the party. Silver has finally woken up. And what was particularly interesting was that the gold miners were just plugging away for months on the upside, just ripping higher with gold stuck in this range. And it's like the gold miners were advertising that clearly some insiders felt that that the trend was going to be for gold to break out. But the legitimate breakout of gold was clearly yesterday, right? This is where we had the breakout to 52-week highs, all-time highs, and really has now opened that window for the next leg. And from a technical perspective, when you have this kind of like a pennant or wedge for kind of consolidation, this triangle consolidation for 4 months. It has completely unwound the overbought state of gold from that prior bull run that we saw since the start of the year. And so when you have a breakout like this, it could be literally the first, second innings of a 9-inning game here on the upside. Now, just using the most rudimentary rule of technical analysis of that these wedges and flags all fly at half mast, if this breakout is symmetrical in length to the last rally, we're going to 4,000 here by the end of the year. And so this is an early stage breakout on it. The question in my mind, though, is that while gold really has just started to move, is it sort of the same asymmetry in the trade in buying gold miners now? Because gold miners have already made this extraordinary move on the upside. How much of it's already been baked in the cake? So to me, the trade is far more in the precious metals like gold bullion itself, rather than chasing the miners here.
What are your thoughts on a little bit of insights on silver, since it has been lagging, and so have the miners have been lagging altogether? Is this an area that you're interested in?
For sure, but like silver has been lagging when you take into account 2024's 1 year kind of sideways trade range. But really, since April, silver's been pretty bullish. I mean, we went from like $28 to $40 in this kind of a bull advance. Clearly, at this moment, this kind of a bull breakout puts in the target of its 2010 bubble peak. Back in 2010, 2011, when it hit very close to $50, up in the like $48 to $50 range. And so at this stage, with this type of a breakout, there's no reason why we can't tack on an extra 10 or 20% to head back towards those all-time highs.
Yeah, where does
Basically,
this leave
I'm
crypto
bullish.
then, Patrick? Yeah.
Well, no. Listen, it's interesting because overall, Bitcoin had an extraordinary start to the year after the little quick correction in the first few months. And we had this push up to 120,000. Now, all of my technical measured moves are all measuring out on Bitcoin anyway to about 130 to 135,000. So this recent pullback that we had in the last month has just been a traditional fib retracement. And if this proves to be a wedge where we see a break back above the 50-day moving average and that descending trend line connecting the highs during this correction is broken out, that next impulse of another 20,000 points on Bitcoin could be on the table. Now, are we above the moving average? Have we seen the follow through yet? No, but this is a very early stage to be watching if a breakout here happens. If it does, it's very asymmetric. I think for a modest amount of risk, you have lots of potential for that kind of a bull impulse.
So let's take it back to equities again, because we talk about this environment. I think this environment it goes without saying, the tape is telling us that this is a much better environment for gold and for Bitcoin, even with equities doing what they've done this year. Obviously, they had a massive turnaround, but they're nowhere up near what gold or what Bitcoin have done this year. Where do you see equities start to fall in? And as we probably heard us this morning, we've got all these things coming up, Patrick. We've got unemployment, CPI, we've got rollover coming up, we've got VIX expiration the same day as FOMC, a lot of things, but we're going to get past that at some point. Where do you see us heading into the end of the year?
Well, I think that what's most important is seeing what happens in the next month to determine a lot. First of all, from the way that I quantitatively look at the markets, whenever you have a bull run like we had, the typical bull impulse averages anywhere from 3 to 5 months before some natural retracement or correction or consolidation pattern happens. That's just the natural ebb and flow movement of the market. market. We are now close to 150 days into this rally from the April lows. We are long overdue for a pause, just a consolidation. We don't want to start with any bear thesis right off the bat, but it's highly sensitive because if, let's say, we were to get a very normal 5% correction, let's say 300 plus S&P points off the high, we already had a 2% drop just in the last few days. So, just think of a little bit more continuation, let's say a bit of a negative reaction to jobs numbers, let's say, if they disappoint. We could get that correction down, but what will always be the tell is the way it is bought on dip during one of those corrections. And this is where I'm going to be watching because today systematic flows are such a huge driver of the markets. The way CTAs are positioned, the way vol targeting funds are positioned, the way short gamma positioning by dealers is put in there. Once you get a 5+% market correction, you want to see the bulls immediately buy that dip and start to bring it right back up to the highs and take the market out of the danger zone. If we see that the market lacks any bullish follow through and the buy and dip traders don't have any meat on the bone in terms of flows, that risks flipping so many of the systematic traders into being forced to becoming net sellers. And that's where we could have a bigger or deeper correction. I'm not ready to call that scenario yet. Right now, we are overdue for this pause in correction, but the way that traders behave in the correction is going to be the big tell. For me, the other big factor to watch is the way the things look under the hood. Right now, for instance, NVIDIA on its earnings, while it didn't make a big move on the earnings itself, there's been very clear distribution in the days that have followed. And if we see that there becomes a sector rotation where we see all of these asset managers that are hugely overweight, all of these big tech names, starts to just rebalance things back to being more equal weight in these assets and redistribute into more defensive sectors, that in itself could be a drag on the markets. It's just these mega caps are such huge components of these indices that it's very hard for the S&P to have any bullish traction if we're seeing a lot of these Mag 7s going through some form of profit taking. And so determining whether or not we're seeing a topping formation in stocks like that are going to also be really important tells as to whether or not this is going to be just a very traditional, clean 5% correction or whether it's a deeper, more meaningful fib retracement.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes left, Shai. Any last questions you have for Patrick?
Oh, yeah. Well, of course, I have to ask about crude oil and what your thoughts are on crude oil, because we have talked about that before. So, we've kind of been in a sideways market for a very long time. So what are your thoughts on oil?
So it was interesting because yesterday's rally towards $66 faded early this morning, and that was pretty much almost a 50% retracement of the August sell-off. And so right now the prevailing downtrend is intact, and if it's simply on the table for another measured move down towards $60 or lower, technically on a very short-term basis. But I'm not overall bearish oil. I think that we are finding a fair value zone for where oil will ultimately base. What's particularly interesting is that many energy stocks are actually already rallying. We're seeing breakouts on many of these while oil is weak. And no different than, let's say, when the gold miners broke out and started to lead before gold broke out. I'm curious to see whether these energy stocks are showing that many people are seeing an inevitable low coming in oil in the month to come. On the very short term, from a crude oil futures trading perspective, I'm not leaning into any longs yet. But again, I don't see a big downside on crude. I think it's going to be quiet for a little while. And inevitably, off of a basing formation, we might, by the end of the year, have some actual counter-trend bull market kind of price action. But I'm not holding my breath for September. I think it's going to be a fourth quarter story, if anything.
Patrick, we have to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us, my brother. Like I said, you're one of the real nice guys, great guys in this industry.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything you do. Everyone, make sure you go and follow my boy Patrick on X. Check out what he's doing with his podcast. The link will be in the chat. Patrick, I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir. Cheers.
I just love that guy.
I know.
Such a great guy.
He is.
So smart, and I love his segment on Macro Voices. Like I said, I've been following them for years. Any last thoughts as we head into the trading day?
So I think, just for traders to remember, we've got some 10 o'clock data dump. I know a lot of you don't care actually what the numbers are, but I will post them in the chat. So be aware of that. And that is about it.
All right, Shai. Thank you so much. We'll see you in chat. All right, let's bring in Pharm. Good morning, Pharm. How you doing?
Good morning, Deli. I am wearing my blood-colored shirt. This time I am trying to trigger the algos because, it's our fault that we got this big move off the lows because we were talking about that damn spot on NQ yesterday morning, and sure as hell everybody bid it.
Isn't it unbelievable?
Yeah, let's turn it back over today, please.
Let's go.
I cannot trade
let's-
ES 6460 to 6500 again. I won't do it.
Everyone's so tired of it. I heard Stowe yesterday. He goes, I already got a battle at 420 in the NASDAQ. I'm not going to have one here in the S&P. He goes, I just can't do it. And here we are. Let's go right into the charts today. I'm going to start off with Crudele because that's where we left off with Patrick and Shai. And, here's the thing with Crude, just to do a quick look at this. I mean, crude oil is not my favorite market traders right now. And again, I try to provide context, understand market environment coming into each day. If you're trading crude oil, when you have moving averages this flat, Bollinger Bands that have come down and gotten compressed, and you're in this right here, and you see this right here. I mean, this is just, it's the epitome of what a range trade looks like. So when it breaks out above yesterday, the moving averages, of course, we get headlines that all of a sudden bring us right back into range because the market just doesn't want to stay out of a range. And so it's a two-way tape intraday for day traders. I think if you're trading it, understand low volume, low volatility, not a lot driving this market in one direction. So I just wanted to kind of go over that as we've been discussing it. Again, I go back to gold. Most powerful trend this year. Did you see the meme of Peter Schiff with the gold teeth? Did you see that, Pharm?
I did not, but that sounds hilarious.
I gotta find it. I gotta pull it up. I've spoken with Peter several times. He's a really good dude. But I mean, it's funny just seeing him come in. How much he's been pushing gold over the year. I saw it. It was like the gold member, and I gotta find it. I'll bring this on tomorrow. But it was great. So when you look at gold again, I circled this high because at the time I said this could be a really good top. You had RSI basically both get nearly overbought, higher high with some divergence in the RSI, comes back down. Again, what do strong markets do? When markets find areas of potential shifts where there could be a push lower, maybe, and they immediately get bid up, it always goes back to the reaction. You go back to what Patrick just talked about, like if we go down 5% in S&P, wants to see the reaction, do we get bid up right away? Gold's continue to do that. Every time we've dipped below moving averages, it's been bid. I've got it in my portfolio. I have not done much with it in the futures, but it's just that trade that it just keeps on giving. For intraday traders, understand that when you have a market that is driven by demand issues globally, you've got a global macro story, and you've got technicals behind it. If you get a short signal, just understand smaller. I've said many times, I wrote it on my trading card 20 plus years ago, big, small, or not at all. And that's the way I've lived my life. I understand when I come in and I look at a market, if I get a short signal in gold, it's small or not at all. If I get a long signal, it's big. And what big just means is that I'm going to be more aggressive with it. I'm going to use full amount of my daily or per trade risk because it has all of those things checking the boxes in that direction. And that's what we see in gold, and it continues to be the case. The only place I see gold slowing down really is up in this 3650-ish area. I put that in my morning note. That's the old Bollinger Band peak area. You guys have seen me enough, if you've been watching NinjaTrader Live, know that once we have these consolidation and Bollinger Bands, I go back and look at what that previous peak is as a target, and I don't think it finds resistance until it gets there. Gold is way overbought on the RSI. That means nothing to me. It's actually bullish. So I mean, I use these tools as just guides. Like, where are we within the tape? And when a market's overbought, that's not bearish to me. It's bullish. You know, a lot of people say, oh, it's overbought, I want to sell it. I don't like fading things that check all the boxes: macro, demand, technical, right? I mean, it might slow down there, it might stall there and rotate over. That's why it would be a small trade. But again, anytime I see this type of scenario, this tape could have legs. We don't know where we are and what inning it is, but gold, I would definitely favor the long side on short-term strategies. And it's been a really good market, seeing a lot of more traders trade it more and more. Russell gets interesting here because Russell, to me, is a market where I like this low now in Russell. If the Russell could start to build back up, I could actually see, anytime I see the Bollinger Bands looking like this and I see moving averages still pointing up, to me, this is just a move within trend. The Russell's that market that is not doing so well because the long end rates are going up a little bit, bonds are going down. The Russell is potentially a little bit out of favor as you start to see that happen. But I look at this from a technical basis, and I just think that the Russell, if it regains it, I actually like the Russell for long setups going forward here. I think as long as it holds yesterday's low, I think it's somewhat low risk to be long here for a potential new high. You just lean on yesterday's low. From a swing basis, that's the way I see Russell. I think it looks bid to me. And I'm going to go into the NASDAQ. When I look at the NASDAQ, again, leads us higher, leads us lower. This low is key until we get outside of this range in the NASDAQ. Two-way tape, I think, for day traders, which is the most popular product that we see on NinjaTrader Live. Two-way tape. I think you could trade this market two ways. I mean, I always going to favor the long side in NASDAQ because it goes up way more than it goes down. But nonetheless, when I look at this, we're in this consolidation from August. I've said this before. It's why I'm not here a lot in August. August is the month that a lot of times where we start the month, we end the month. All of these conversations happen in between. A lot of people get chopped up, frustrated, overtrade, all these things. They come back, and all of a sudden September gets busy, and either you're out of capital or you're mentally burned out. And so I've learned from that. And August is typically a month that you're not going to see a high or low made. And when I look at August low and high, I just say to myself, those are two key points that they're going to get tested, and one of them is going to get taken out. I mean, it's just going to happen. And I think relatively soon, it could be the low, it could be the high. We don't know. But the way I look at it is if it starts to take out this low, I think that opens the door to decent amount of sell-off. If we take out the high, again, here we go, right back to where we started. But in the meantime, we have to navigate the tape that's in front of us, two-way tape in NASDAQ. Intraday traders, like I said, big, small, or not at all. To me, it's kind of, I would just trade both sides small because there's no clear real direction right now coming out of August and all the data points that we've talked about coming up this week. S&P's similar. I think the S&P looks a lot more bullish to me. I looked at this low and I said they just really, they don't look like they even want to go and get it. And I know we're talking about the NASDAQ leading us, but when I look at the S&P, it's like, this to me just is a mean reversion back in. Why not go back up and test the highs again? It's hard for me to be bearish S&P and Russell right now. Like, those two charts look bullish to me. I lean more bullish than bearish. NASDAQ, I think, is more of a two-way tape. A lot of volatility, maybe more noise. But for the most part, equity markets coming off of yesterday's low, man, they didn't really do much for me. I mean, it's like, yeah, that was a good low to defend. That's what bulls do. They defend it. Over to you, Pharm.
Yeah, I'll start with BankQ as well. There's a fair amount of talk about the low, the character of yesterday's low not being spectacular on NQ, and I think that's fair. But to me, the location is so important, and also the fact that we swept those two prior lows. So if you just zoom out here, recall we tagged this spot twice. This was AMD earnings, that trap ramped out of there. We made this slight lower low by a few handles, ramped out of there. Now we've taken those stops. So I mean, like on a big picture multi-day basis, this is kind of a poorish low, right? They've been rewarded now 3 times for buying that spot. Again, at least they took a few stops first yesterday, but huge spot. And if this is lost and offered, I mean, you see how incredible it's been as support. I don't think you want to see that as resistance. It is stronger this morning. We had the Google news after hours. and got quite a ramp. We had a spike up into the close. And now here, we're struggling to reclaim this 425 to 438 spot, which is absolutely key. So failed reclaims there are potentially problematic. But this pullback right here, just not too long ago, within this 30-minute candle anyway, held, almost perfectly last week's cash hours low. So giving that back again, basically a failed reclaim of this, we kind of ranged 425 to 500, let's say, for the most part. That was Friday's effective range, and then, kind of the overnight session or the holiday session, basically. So a failure to reclaim that range and then losing last week's low again brings in some potential weakness, but it is much stronger this morning relative to the Dow. The Dow's kind of getting hammered now. I'm trying to think of when the last time was we had all indices move together in the same direction. It's post it's been 84 years meme. And so, I'm a little bit cautious here. We do still have the good high on NQ. I've been trading NQ a lot lately, but I am looking to short ES. Today I'm short ES actually right now, 59s. Maybe I get stopped at. I don't care. I refuse to trade 6460 to 6500. I just won't do it. I will take the day off if we reclaim that range and set alerts. I'm just not going to trade it. I could trade NQ today, I suppose, but fantastic hold. We did have a spike yesterday on NQ. I actually am not using the spike technically. I'm going to say 252 to 271. We had the key 269 spot that you just saw on the 30-minute. You can see sort of, it held and then it was offered and then reclaimed and bid. But I'm going to use that range. The spike is just a little bit higher. So, as long as as NQ is sustaining above, 252 to 271, it's constructive. It did all night. You just, again, you don't want to see breakdowns back through this 342 to 369, which is basically the singles from was it 2 weeks ago now, I suppose. So that would be, kind of a warning flag on NQ if you give that back. And I'll flip over to ES just because I have a trade on this disgusting pig. So, I think you mentioned this, right? It's kind of the second time we've come down here and failed to establish any kind of value below the 63.76 to 63.82. The thing is, this was a monster move. We're used to trading bigger ranges, right? But the daily ranges have been such shit that, family show, this gap down was a big move, right? So, the fact that the sellers couldn't really find the sell button isn't a huge surprise. But it is yet another failure to sort of build any volume and find any interest from sellers, down below these, 63.76 to 82. It held its spike from yesterday perfectly. I am using the actual spike base for ES. But to me, it's all about this stupid 64.60 spot that, was mega bid. And, kind of the subjective nuance that I added, in my plan last night is how many times are they going to bid these 64.60s and not really get rewarded? Right. After this move here higher after hours and overnight, you're still going to need fresh initiative buyers to come in and lift this back through that range. And for what? For what? Right. We had 64.60 to 65.02 was the cash hours high. We made a nominal higher ETH high at, whatever it was, 8.5 or something. And then, whoop-de-doo, we got up to 65.20. So I don't know. I'm never initiating above 64.60. That's why, I'm just not going to do it because the reward just hasn't been there. We did get a fresh rinse out, but it's we already did this. We already rinsed out longs, bring in fresh buyers to go ahead and lift it to a nominal higher high. I don't know. So part of me is just open to the possibility that initiative buyers may not want to come in today and lift this back through to 6,500. If they do, then I'm not going to touch it short, but failure to reclaim 64.60. Basically, this range, Jim and I had talked about, and he had shown his monthly volume profiles, for a couple of weeks, really, basically. And this whole area between 64.35 on ES and 64, let's call it 64.55, basically, is a low volume node. And neither side has shown any willingness to control that low volume area. I'll call it a low volume area. I think maybe sellers have an opportunity to control that here because of what I just mentioned and some other factors. So, if this gives back the spike, which held perfectly, like almost too clean overnight last night, after this move, after a potential failed reclaim, after a failed reclaim of last week's cash hours low, Friday's cash hours low, then I think that brings in weakness. And I think suddenly you're going to find a little bit more interest selling in the 63.70s. So I am short 58.5, basically 58.25. And I'm being stubborn with it, honestly. So that's my trade for today. I will take nothing else. If we get another failed reclaim, I'll take it. I'll be looking to cover down here, ideally in the spike for a few, maybe in this 31 to 35 spot. But I'm just not going to trade 64.60 to 6,500 again. But it is very constructive if that is reclaimed in bids. So it would be kind of hands off and no interest in trading for me. But again, after this move, if we are then offering 64.25, let's say, it opens the potential for weakness. I do think, maybe 16 to 19 can bid, but after a move like this, it would be problematic. So at this point, like if you're long, you need to see 64.60s go bid. And this is kind of a very, very tricky spot to do business in because, again, neither side has controlled this range on big pictures.
Yeah, no, I love looking inside the daily candles with you because I'm looking at dailies these days. I mean, I look at maybe as low as 60-minute, but understanding where we are right now in an area that's been, you can call it overtraded. You're also an inside day in the S&P from the first day of the month with a lot of things leading up the rest of this week. We've got JOLTS today. We've got claims tomorrow, ADP. We've got unemployment. And so the most important thing, you said it, is knowing where you won't participate and wait for the market to get to areas that you will participate. Pharm, you're the best. Thank you so much for joining us. Everybody hit the like button for my boy Pharm. Hit the subscribe button as we're on our way to 150,000. We're going to have a big party here. We're going to be doing a lot of giveaways, so make sure you like and subscribe and never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live with Pharm and I in the morning. Pharm, I'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, bud.
All right, everybody. It's my first Wednesday back in a while. Some things have changed here. Wednesdays before were just Kane, and now we have this great dynamic duo. We've got a Kane and we've got a Tiger, but has there been a dynamic duo this good? Probably since Batman and Robin. But the question is, does Leo know what he's getting into on these Wednesdays? Does he know what happens in the chat when we've got his nickname, Sugar Daddy Kane, in there? We got a lot of things going on there. Is Leo ready for this? Well, we're about to find out. All right, everybody, let's get ready to trade the open with Leo and Kane.
Oh, are you ready?
Are you ready for this, Leo?
I was born ready. He's actually giving me tips behind the scenes.
You know what kind of...
Oh, me. Kane, fix your microphone. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but what are you talking? Are you talking into the... He's got the plug-in buds. I think he's got the wrong mic going.
Yeah. He doesn't even know
well,
how to work his technology.
There he's got great sunglasses on, but he's looking in the... We got to record.
Hey, if you take off the glasses, Kane, you could see, okay?
I mean, what is going on? I know he's got the bathroom mic. You're right, Cooper. Leo, though, seriously, are you ready for? Do you know what goes on in the chat here? You know how many dates he's already been lined up? I don't know what. I told him I don't even want to know anymore.
Last week, he promised to give away a pair of those glasses for everyone in the chat and for everyone in the lab. I haven't seen mine yet, so let me know, Kane, where it's at.
Now we can't hear him. I mean, do you see what's going on here?
I mean, this is we're breaking Kane's ability to speak.
I'm gonna have to use my AirPods because I cannot let you
there he
switch me
is.
off like that. And my microphone,
There he is.
this
Now he's
microphone
back.
won't. So, yeah.
So,
did you get it figured out, Kane?
Kane, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I think he got it figured out, Leo. He sounds okay. The British accent always supersedes a bad mic. I don't know if you've known that, Leo. That's like a rule. You know, if you have a British accent, it doesn't matter if the sound quality is perfect. Everyone's like, "Oh, yeah, that sounds
Hello.
great."
Yeah, what is it about that? Because you know, my wife has heard me and Kane speak on the phone, and she's all, you know, she loves a British accent. And she was like telling my son, they were talking about accents, and she's like, "Oh, do you have any videos of Kane?" And I was like, "Yeah, I pull up his Instagram." Even my wife was showing my son like, "Hey, people have these different accents, and the Brits sound really cool."
Yeah. No, I
Oh
fixed
man.
it. When I restart my PC and I had some issues before, this thing just doesn't work and I have to restart it separately. So yeah, apologies for that.
Well, we're glad we have you here. Let's take a look at the charts. All right, let's see what these guys are looking at. Either of you guys, I know, unlikely for you you don't really have positions coming in pre-market ever, do you, Leo?
No, I don't have any positions right now.
And Kane, are you coming in flat today?
I am, yeah. I took a short off of this high, but I covered pretty much like 410s, and then we've just ranged since. So yeah, I'm bearish, shockingly, but actually for good reason. I think that I personally like the high. I don't like the low, like a lot of people. And we're in this 50% range, unbalanced range below. Just send it lower, even if it goes higher from here, like from this 23 300s. I'm good with that. But yeah, right now I'm leaning bearish. No position though.
Leo, Pharm said something about a poor low, and then I think you put something in chat. I don't know if you said I like poor lows, or what are your thoughts on that? On this
I
low
love
that people
trading
are
poor
talking.
lows. Yeah, I love trading against poor lows because, you know, from all of my years of observation, you know, the traditional market profile theory on poor lows or equal lows is that they're weak. You know, they're going to be, you know, it needs to be repaired or corrected so that you can put a proper low or proper high in. Now, that's true in a sense that if we go revisit these lows, they're unlikely to hold, right? But usually what happens when you make a poor low or a poor high is it's not about buyer initiation down there as much as it is seller exhaustion, right? So sellers couldn't extend, you know, the market any lower and found themselves kind of looking around and you know, short the hole, and then just kind of everybody had to cover at once. So it's kind of the way I look at that is just a market dynamic of it's not buyer initiation that got us out of that range. Like strong buying would give us a really big wick or a tail, whereas a poor low is or an area where sellers couldn't get us any lower, right? And at some point, somebody decided that it was time to give up, and everybody kind of you know, starts to cover out of that. So I like to trade against those type of you know, seller exhaustion, you know, buyer exhaustion on poor highs, because that's where the momentum shift happens, right? Intraday. Um, but on like the higher time frame, if we do go revisit that low or near those lows, you know, the 23,000 26s or whatever, you know, that price is, that's unlikely to be a spot where I'll look for, you know, a bid for defense, right? Just because it was a weak, it'll be a weak reference for me going forward, not necessarily a strong support area. Was that too much?
And do you think part of that when they no, not at all. I love that explanation. I think it's spot on, really. But part of it is when you look at those areas when you come into a day like today. So does that when you like to trade off of them? I talked about this earlier. Big, small, or not at all. I like to come into each day when I was scalping. I like to know which side I'd like to be a little bit more aggressive on. Do you position size any differently if you're leaning on that low? Is it the same position size? Is it your initial thought, you know, if I get a long, maybe I step on this one a little bit more versus a short? How does that all play out?
So for me, the reference would be yesterday, and I would have if I was trading against that low yesterday, I would have gotten pretty aggressive in there. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the desk yesterday to trade it. For today, it wouldn't be. I'm not even considering, using this as a reference point, but just because we're 400 points away from it. So for me, like intraday, positioning, it's just kind of out of the picture right now. Now, if we come back to it later, I would actually look for this to flush.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm going to leave it to you two guys today. Everybody in chat, show my boys some love. I couldn't be more excited about the two of you guys doing this each and every Wednesday here on NinjaTrader Live. Everybody hit the like, hit the subscribe button, check out what they're doing on X. Just really two of my favorite guys in this business. Just love these guys and appreciate you guys being here. And I'll see you guys in the chat, and I'll see you guys next week. Leo, be careful out there in the chat.
Oh,
make sure your wife doesn't tune in and check out what's going on here. I'm just saying.
Shit.
Warning was given. I'll see you, boys.
Appreciate you, Deli. How you doing, brother?
How are you doing, brother?
Are you gonna just mimic me, or are you gonna answer?
I'm good. Yeah, we're in baby mode. It's just like we're just trying to survive right now.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Is the sleep killing you, or what?
It's not really like she sleeps great.
Yeah.
She'll, sometimes it's hard to get her to go to sleep, but once she falls asleep, she's good like pretty much all night. She'll wake up to eat and that's it. But it's just during the day. She wants to be held all the time. She's just like, you can't put her down to do anything. And so my wife's having a hard time getting anything done around the house. And, obviously we have a 6-year-old as well. So it's just been like, I'm trying to do everything I can to help out. But then she's also very attached to mama. So like even, my mother-in-law will come over and try to hold her and she's like just not having it. So yeah, we're just, we're just trying to survive.
Yeah. I've never gone through it, but from all my siblings, they just say like that first 6 months, if the baby's clingy, it's hell. It's like so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't, it's hard to even cook dinner or do laundry or any of that stuff because it's just like, how do you do anything when you have a baby attached to your hip?
Yeah, no clue, brother. I'm yet to find that out, but I don't know. One day, I'm sure it's worth it, right? It's definitely worth it, but
100%, 100%.
So what are you looking at today? Anything overnight that's putting you off of this session at all?
I really hate trading gap ups, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we have some, important data points. I think Jolts is, like historically, it's not that important to the market, but I think we're kind of starting to shift to that. Employment numbers are going to be more important than the inflation numbers. So hopefully we get a move off of that number. But like if you look at the volume profile here, and this is just from the start of this balance area, Deli talked about a 2-8 tape and he's spot on. I mean, we've had, this low broke out of this balance area, failed and went all the way to the other side, went to the upside of here, failed. And we sold off here from Friday, went all the way to the bottom of here, tried to test the other side of it, and now we're back in. So like, bigger picture, for me, it's just kind of like once we start to accept up into this big distribution, I think it becomes very sticky. We kind of, it's possible that we can just grind right through here and go to the other side of it and then see what happens at NFP on Friday. Or, just kind of go up here and just kind of stall out until that number. So relative volume is 110, so that's actually pretty good. But I don't have high expectations for trading into this gap today.
Yeah, I would like to see us just trade through it, ideally. I don't know. Everything to me right now points lower. We're just at this really crucial point in a year, so the 64.50 level. And I just think that if it starts to lose it, it just doesn't really come back out of it.
I agree with you on that 100%. The S from a technical standpoint looks even like a little bit of an easier reason, or I guess read, to get bearish.
Yeah. Yeah, especially after it just failed that 6,500 level, right? That look above fail and practically all the way at the other side of it, sub 6,400s,
Yep.
pull back into 50%, flush probably to like, I don't know, I don't want to say 6,200s, but it kind of is, it's kind of where I'd see the midpoint of this range, really, this higher time frame range. Because ultimately we still have a lot, we've just come so far, right? And I think it's just really hard to forget that. This time, like 3 months ago, we were sub 6K. No, sub 5K. So, yeah, new quarter, previous quarter open just flushed us. We basically regained it. And I think that if we are going to go higher, we just have to have some sort of correction at the start. And if not, we get the correction towards the end. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. And then you have NFP, like you said, rollover next week, FOMC the same week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
It's always fun.
yeah, and obviously as well, the market has already priced in this rate cut, and they are actually below it now. No, so
Yeah.
the market
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't
love
know. I
it.
think rate cuts for why, and I'm not a macro guy, so please don't really listen to what I think here, but rate cuts in the environment that we're in now, I don't think are necessarily bullish, right? Because you're cutting because of weak unemployment or weak jobs numbers.
Well, yeah, I said this
That's
a
my
long time
take.
ago, actually, that I think the moment that Powell cuts rates, the market's going to hate it because it's late, and the only reason that is because, and again, I know fuck all about macro. It's just patterns of what the market does and doesn't like, and when yields are pretty high and they're thinking about cutting rates, that's just pretty bearish for me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. So I got a question for you on gaps. Like, do you look at them any different? Like, we have a decent gap today that we're going to be trading. Are you always looking to trade to fill the gap, or like what's the
bro, I honestly I don't even think about it. So like
okay?
the only way I can really symbolize the gap is via the opening range and the like what I look at from an opening range perspective. So like here, I would just symbolize that obviously you're about to open up here somewhere unless something really bad happens or something really good happens. I don't know. If we open up here now, all I symbolize is okay, the close was most likely here. This is 50%. This is also the gap. Do I care about that it's a gap? Well, no, because if the gap was here or no gap at all, I'd still be interested in this. So over time, I've just gone, yeah, I don't really care about it. I used to toggle between RTH to figure out where the gap was. And honestly, for the first time in probably like 4 months, I just toggled the RTH mode, like to see what the gap's going to be like. So yeah, I don't really care because I trade the ETH chart and I will actively trade during London session. So if I start giving weight to gaps, it will influence my trading, and I don't want it to do that.
Yeah.
So, but typically they get filled and they get respected, and they understand that. But like, I've yet to really find like an edge in some way of what the gap does, because some people just tell me like trade the RTH chart. The gaps are important. Okay, so what's important about the gaps? When they get filled, what happens? When they don't get filled, what happens? When they only fill 50%, what happens? If we run away from them, what's the chances we come back to them? Like, I just get varied answers about it all the time, and it's like, so it's just a nothing for me. If you can't give me like an edge that I can incorporate into a gap, the session
I can
gaps
I can give you
filled,
something
whatever.
that's yeah. I
Yeah.
can give you something that's pretty meaningful. I don't have the chart with me, so I can't like share like an infographic, but I'll put it out on Twitter, or I think I put it out on Twitter before.
Yeah.
Basically, you kind of hit it when you said watch the opening drive. So essentially, the idea is that, and this is statistically based. It's not my own opinion or anything like that, because I really hated trading gaps
Yeah.
for forever. And then, I kind of got to pose this question to a friend of mine that's really good with data. And basically, what he came to the conclusion, just looking through different mechanisms, different ways to look at, how the market trades are on a gap. On the day, like today, we're opening a gap, right?
Yep.
So essentially, the idea is that if we just watch the opening drive, if there's an opening drive away from that gap. So right now we're in a gap up, right? So if we just open and rally, 30, 40 points right away, the gap has like it's like a 20% chance of filling. So very low probability if we just straight open rally away from that gap, right? So if we just go straight up 30, 40 points from the open, statistically, that's a meaningful way to go, okay, that gap is unlikely to fill. On the contrary, right, if we open and struggle, to rally away from it, then it's like a 75% chance we fill the gap.
And
So
when you say fill, just sorry to cut you off, you mean the entire gap gets traded through?
right.
All right.
So what I look for on a gap day is, I just watch the opening range. How's the trade? If we have a gap up, I'm expecting that gap to give fuel for the market to go higher. And based on those stats, it kind of says the same thing. And so I want to see the gap, see the open, watch us run, and try to get on that somehow. If we fail to really go anywhere or struggle, then I'll be kind of leery of like further upside. Now the caveat is, we do have some data at 10. Only one of them is orange or red folder or whatever.
Yep.
That could give us a little bit of pause at the open, where we chop around and we don't really make a decision until that 10 a.m. Time frame. So we'll see. But on a normal day, and again, like I'll share the stats. You just go with whatever the break is from the open. Kind of that's the
just
idea.
trade. Yeah. Okay. I'd be interested to compare what that statistic is against just the opening range being the finishing. Like, let's say the opening range is just bullish. If the day is just bullish, and what that statistic and the difference in that is. So I would imagine they overlap to some degree.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. At least I have something, right? Because, like I said, everyone I've asked about gaps, they give me some wishy-washy answer.
Nope. Yeah, because
And
nobody has an answer.
exactly, yeah. That's my whole point. Um, so yeah, but no, it's interesting. I mean, look, statistics and data in general are just confluences, right? Like, I'll still short back to a gap in my eyes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think for me, it's just like it helps give context, right? So like, okay,
1000%.
so if you know that a gap is very unlikely to get filled, and we just like when we just open and rally, well, maybe you're not going to short right into the open, right? You wait for that spot where the market chills, gives you like an A plus or whatever, and then you might take a stab at a short, right? Something like that.
Yeah. 10 a.m. Nah, kidding.
Classic.
I played yesterday. Just couldn't hold on to it.
So, anyways, yeah, I used to hate trading gaps until I got some decent data. And not that it's like, hey, that's how I trade it every time. It just gave me a little more confidence, when this happens and I'm kind of looking for that. When this other thing happens, I'm kind of looking for the other thing. And nothing more than that. I don't try to, giga brain every single situation. And I think a lot of people do.
Yeah. They're
lot of
trying to
people
paint a
really,
picture with statistics, right? Like
right.
if 30% of the gap gets filled and then this candle does this, then there's a high chance that we trade 100 points away from the gap. Like, oh, come on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Just, yeah. And also statistics in different market environments are just different, right? Trading markets, trading down, trading up markets, like you're going to just get wildly different statistics. So it's important to get statistics that are valid or at least an average across all market dynamics. And I think a lot of people just really struggle with that. Like they backtest a very bullish market and then they're like, "Whoa, my longs was so profitable." Yeah, no way.
Yeah. I kind of, the way I have them do is segment out, take 10-year look, take a
Yeah.
5-year look, take a 3-year, 2-year look, and then parse out the data points from kind of independently and then together.
Yeah. No, I know it's the best way to do it, right? Chat, how are we anyway? We haven't checked in with the chat yet. You treat gaps like single prints.
Hmm.
What's your view on that? You're the single print guy, aren't you?
I guess yes, in a certain way, and then also no, because there's more if then with the gap than single prints. When we're actively single printing, I have kind of just a hard rule if I don't fade it. With a gap, it kind of depends on what happens at the open. I'm willing to fade it if the opening drive is towards the gap, I guess. I need to find this in this graphic.
Yeah. Why am I marking out this local premium discount range? Just because it's unbalanced, i.e. price delivered one way aggressively. And I just always want to see it come back and rebalance it in some way. So yeah, this move down, this candle here basically just created this imbalance. We came back into it, delivered 50% here. Now driving away, it's just telling me that this high is probably going to get spiked at the open. So we spiked this high at the open, except below. I'll just look to short towards here. That's kind of how I use it. And then we have basically this premium discount lead to this. And if this pushes higher, then this just moves up. That's it. That's basically how it works. But yeah, I took a short this morning here, stop above here, and then basically was trying to cover at this low. I think just covered when ES took out this low. And then we just rebounced. So yeah, that's it really. And now we're kind of pulling back. Again, I would expect some sort of support from here because this is kind of flipped now. It was this, now it's this. This fails, this is the place, and then that is the gap fill as well. Purely coincidental, I guess. They're debating Brazil versus Australia for interest in accents abroad. How can you get this indicator? You have to provide me the blood of your first child. AKA it's not available. Deal. No. Yeah, it's just a private indicator I use. It's not for sale. Watch the news, people. Every time I die, it's the news. Interesting.
That's interesting. What did you say for that person to get your indicator?
Nothing.
I heard it.
Yeah, I heard it as well. I said it.
You said it.
I normally say
Give their firstborn.
They give the blood of their firstborn child.
Wow, that's
yeah.
aggressive.
I mean, it's never worth that, right? So at that point, it's always a no. Tariff blocked. That's great. One pizza and a cola for the indicator final offer. Deal.
Best I can do is a pair of glasses, Kane.
If you give me a pair of glasses, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm just waiting for mine to be sent first.
I'm not. You really try to stitch me up with my mic this morning, eh? But no one's getting a pair of glasses. Sorry. If you would like a pair of glasses, you can buy them from Monarch
Everyone in the chat was here
online.
last Wednesday.
No,
Everyone
you
agreed with
wrote a
me.
check that you can't cash. You wrote
I
a
didn't write a
check on
check, Kane. You said it.
you wrote a check on behalf of me, and a
I don't check
non
confirmed.
a non-black chart, so a white chart. Are your glasses anti-blue? Like these ones are, yeah. Kane failing to disclose the eight. No, I don't own any of it. It's an Australian brand, so yeah.
Do we
No
need to look
shit.
these up, Monarch?
You can do, yeah. They're pretty expensive for what they are. Anyway, the open is here. Ding, ding, ding. Hmm.
What do we got?
Selling it by the looks of it. They're trying at least. Damn, that's a very tight 30-second opening range. Or 35.25 would have been a risky entry, would have paid. Damn. Damn. ES trying to give out. Yeah, I mean, this is just lackluster at best, isn't it? This entry right here was nice, though. You don't trade really for like the first 10 minutes, right?
I do better when I don't trade the first 5 or 10 minutes.
Forever the diplomat.
I was almost pulled the trigger on that 37 short, but I would prefer to just let the market open up, show me a little more of its hand.
So what was the compliments here? Just lots of selling. Anchored VWAP.
Lots of selling, anchored VWAP, and I mean, what do we talk about a few minutes ago was like, we didn't rally from the open. So
Yeah.
that's a warning sign for me.
Oh, they really tried to sell that VWAP, didn't they? Lots of buyers off the overnight VWAPs. Interesting. I don't know. ES gone nowhere. NQ just going lower. It's just telling me that it's not going anywhere right now. So what was the gap price? Like the full gap, the fill?
Let me look. It should be 23,288-ish.
Yeah. Well, 290 on the nose, pretty much.
Oh, right. 290 and a quarter, 3/4.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Interesting. See, if ES now just starts to sell off, NQ is going to forget it's worth anything.
It's worth 0, Kane.
Yeah, we'll literally forget it has a value. Oh, honestly, I'm kind of okay with it selling off. If it sells off into this 23,300s, like 320s, and then buys back out of there around 10, that'll be very nice for me, actually. Hmm.
I'm gonna jump in a short here.
Yeah. Wow, we have thunder and lightning here. The weather really shifted the past few days. And you're going to 407.
Yep.
I think it gets back to this low. You're paid and in the clear. This is a reoffer I feel like Stowe would buy.
You mean sell?
No, he would buy it.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh no. What would he do? Where is Stowe this week?
Today's his day off.
No. Who did
He's
that?
off the charts.
How was that? Who approved that?
XYZ took his spot. XYZ's after us today.
I want to speak to HR.
Call him up.
Mm.
Not gonna work. Are they gonna? Can I just scratch out of this, or should I just let this run? I hate these morning trades, honestly. Did I get saved by like a tick?
Oh, yeah, I think you might have. 42.5. 2 ticks.
Jeez.
So I always have this argument with myself in my head, right? When it came that close to your stop and you were like, nah, I hate these trades, and then you stay in it and it starts to play out, at what point do you just go, yeah, you know what? I'll just cover. If it comes back to my entry, I'll just cover, i.e. break even.
Been there, have done both. Let it sit, and I've also just covered. I'm thinking about just covering now still, because we're not really progressing further to the downside.
I mean, what, your stop's 13 points, 12 points? Yeah, 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm leaning on this, the edge of this volume.
Yeah.
They're it's kind of like we're building a distribution right here.
I mean, it failed to take out that high you were originally short interest in, right? That you didn't pull. It failed to take that out. ES took it. Kind of telling me a bit more short. However, there's just so much selling here that's going nowhere.
Yeah. I'll probably cover it for if I can get 20.
Yeah. There's your 20.
It's got more momentum.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we'll take it to the bottom of the OR.
Yeah, good. Now it's gonna run.
Yeah, I mean, if I was in 2 lots, I would cover one and let one go. But
Yeah.
playing 1 lot here today. That's how much I hate trading gaps.
No, I'm with you. I have no interest in this right now. I just want to see if I kind of want to see how 10 presents. Because right now, if 10 opens up like this, I'm expecting it to just expand a lot lower. So yeah, I could kick myself that I'm not short as well, but we shall see. I'll get a chance to get back in, and if not, it's not my day. Took a sip of water and bought some oil. Now checking the Russell. YM and ES going rocket fly while NQ just dropped. Yeah, I wouldn't really say that ES looks like it's a rocket ship. It went up, what, 10 points ish at best. 8 points at best. Yeah. Russell's a party. Yeah. Have you ever traded the Russell, Leo?
I hate trading the Russell.
I've never traded it.
It trades a lot like oil. I hate trading oil. I hate trading the Dow. All those 3 products trade a lot like each other because they have very little, like it's, okay, so like NQ, if you look at a ladder, doesn't have a lot, right? There's, 3 to 5 lots on each side, usually for, 100 level, Normal depth is between 3 and 5 contracts. Now, it's the same for the Dow usually, and I haven't looked forever, so if I'm 100% wrong, that's fine. I don't care. But the Russell and the Dow kind of have the same level of like liquidity, right? Like market depth, but they don't really trade like the same like NQ does, you know? It's kind of weird. Like they're low liquidity and they don't really move like in a fluid motion that like NQ moves.
Yeah, so we just push you off, yeah, because it moves the same.
It's kind of like low participant, like there's just not a participation in those markets, and so it's just kind of harder to get a good read.
Yeah. By the way, apologies if you can hear the rain. It's absolutely throwing it down here.
I can't hear any rain.
Okay, good.
Thank God you got your microphone fixed, because we probably would have been
Yeah,
nothing but rain with your Apple earpods.
Yeah.
I see NT's live boycott on HE. I don't remember what is HE? Copper?
No. HE.
Is that copper?
Oh, helium. Huh? Lean
Helium?
hog. No, it came up helium. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, lean hog futures. Yeah.
Oh, lean
Helium.
hogs.
I don't know why it came up helium straight away.
They keep telling me in OFL chat to trade lean hogs.
Yeah, screw that. No, I'm not interested.
Why do you guys want me to trade lean hogs? Yeah, prior week low acting as support for sure. That makes sense.
Isaac, I don't look at volume. However, I have a pair of eyes and I can see Leo's chart, and there's a lot of red at the bottom of the selling where we bought back from.
Do you have eyes?
Do I? I do. I have eyes. Yeah.
Wow.
I can see
thought
your chart
I
clear.
thought you always wore sunglasses because you don't have eyes.
Yeah. I don't actually. I'm covering them. ES is now deciding to sell off its rocket ship. Interesting.
That mid held. It did like a proper setup wasn't there, but I probably would have taken that if I was sitting at home by myself.
Which
Not gonna lie,
the
5 minute mid right here.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, I mean, I would want to see it break a little lower than we did to take that short, but we're showing a lot of interest. All the volume is at the bottom part of this 5 minute range. And so that's just something that I like to lean on.
Yeah. Sean raises a good point. I do have eyes. You get lost in them all of the time.
I do. Our bromance is based on your eyes.
Strictly.
Ags are a good market to trade. I will pull up some ag charts today, and I'll determine when's the best time to trade lean hogs. You tell me. That sounds romantic, because it is, Mitchell. It is. I can make Kane giggle like a schoolgirl.
Interesting. That's true. There's a seasonal move in lean hogs right now. Why? Because what's the seasonality of lean hogs?
That got clipped for sure. I hope they did.
They're gonna clip that, man.
Kane sees the chart like a daredevil, just a heat map with institutional orders vibrating at their levels.
I am the institutional orders. Get it right. Why do you think we're going nowhere? I'm just not trading right now. Ever thought about that?
Oh. Do you see how this VWAP from this anchored high, it just continues to offer the market? Do you see
Sorry,
that?
let me take off my sunglasses so I can see it. Yeah, no, I can see it now. Yeah, wow.
So make sure when you put, updates to your VWAP course to include the anchored VWAP from the prior swing leg. Thanks.
What are you on about update? That's all the VWAP course is about. What? I don't put the 24-hour VWAP on my chart. That thing's fake.
It is fake.
Yeah. When was the last time you traded on stream, Princess?
Princess.
Me? When did I trade on stream?
Princess, even. That was kind.
It's nice, actually, yeah. Corner cat is real, could affect even ES and NQ. I mean, everything affects everything at some point, right? But everything always leads back to what? What's the design on your hat, Leo? Tell us all.
It's the logo from Order Flow Labs.
There you go.
I created the logo, actually. So
Someone said it looks like balls.
balls. It's,
Yeah, I don't. There is absorption balls, right?
So it's a reconstructed tape. So basically, like if you have a time and sales and you converted it to just like a bubble chart, then you can show based on size, how much size came in. So the bubbles are based on the size, and then also the color of the bubbles are based on how aggressive that activity was. I just don't have it on this chart setup for streams.
Where's the craziest place I've traded from? Like, what do we mean by crazy? Like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm trading here. Or just like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Why did I do that?
Good point to make a distinction there.
Different types of crazy, right? That ES candle was nasty. That is something I will agree with. Just sold off 5 points out of nowhere.
I think I'm just gonna wait for jolts before I start stalking another trade.
Trading on the phone from a McDonald's toilet would go crazy.
I have traded from a phone while driving on the interstate.
Sorry?
Not gonna lie.
That is crazy.
Hey man, when your levels hit, they hit.
Yeah, true.
Jimmy Jude said a tweet about something like this. It was like, if your levels hit at 2 a.m., you better get up and put the trade on.
No. What's the difference between bookmap and order flow? I don't know, Leo. Why don't you tell us?
Bookmap is just a representation of order flow. They're just showing you what's happening in order flow just through different visualization.
Yeah.
It's all the same. It's all the same thing.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I've never used either. So
imagine like if you were watching a ladder, right? There's bids and offers, and some of those bids are 2 lots, some are 5 lots, some are 20 lots. And so what they did is they just basically, and all of these platforms, even NinjaTrader has a heat map too. So basically you rank each size on the order book a specific color sequence, right? And so the higher the value, like the higher the size order, the higher level of coloring it would get. And so you end up with this heat map of like, hey, there's really big orders here, there's kind of normal business here, et cetera, et cetera. But ultimately, none of that really gives you a specific edge or anything like that. It just gives you context and information. It's up to you to then utilize that context and information to make good trading decisions.
Yep. That makes sense. You know what? Actually, I will say something. The craziest place I did trade was on a plane, like on my way to Cape Town.
On a plane?
Yeah, in January. For whatever reason, I had really, really good Wi-Fi. Like I could join Discord calls and everything, and it was seamless. I don't know why. They must have had some pretty good like tech there, maybe Starlink, I don't know. But yeah, I was able to trade like quite regularly, like pretty much the entire flight. And it was a pretty successful trading session actually, which was kind of crazy to even do that. But yeah, like I just tried it, small size, and yeah.
I've never traded from a plane.
In fact, I have a video on my Instagram of me trading from a plane.
Is that one of those fake things where you pull up like a dryer, you know, and like put a background, like the dryer window, put like a background of like the skies, and you're on your laptop trading. You know how they've done that. Like some guy was caught doing that. Have you
No,
done
no,
that?
like you can quite literally see me. Like you can see the whole cabin of the plane. I actually made $104,235 on the plane. It's like,
From 40,000 feet.
yeah, 30 actually. This was 30 at the time. Yeah, it's kind of crazy actually. If you go onto my Instagram and go to the win loss thing, I don't know, just called WL, and scroll and click through the 2nd of January. I was up 11K before my flight, and then on my flight I was up 104, which was just nuts. To be honest, the entirety of January of this year was crazy. I had a monstrous run.
That's the real Mile High Club, Kane.
That is the real Mile High Club, yeah. Yeah, true. So ES dropped and NQ rallied. That screams high probability.
That Dow is dumping probably. Somebody check the Dow.
Yeah, I don't even pay for Dow data. Not doing that. I crashed on the motorway altering an order on a laptop once. Yeah, don't drive and trade. Like that sounds reckless, right, Leo?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you're driving and trading, you're actually a psychopath. Did I just call myself out?
I think you might have, yeah. I think something just went wrong.
It's okay.
Okay, so we have jolts.
I'm willing to admit my weak points in life.
That's good. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I refuse to buy Dow data. It's a waste of my money. I am gonna
I'm gonna pull up
probably
the Dow.
I'm probably gonna short these 435s. I missed it the first time. However, I am currently logged into
Why did they put the Dow on CBOT though? You know, that's the question. Such a dumb.
even the CME hates the Dow. They were like, no, we don't want that. No, thank you.
What is the Dow doing?
Okay, I have a resting order at 435s.
Resting order.
A resting order. So yeah, let's see if we get hit into it. I'm logged into the wrong account and I don't want to log in on stream because that just screams disaster. So we are trading on Tradeovate right now.
Tradeovate?
Tradeovate, yeah. The web app, the good version of the app.
Did you get set up with the NinjaTrader mobile app?
I did, yeah. Yeah, it's so much better. It's like night and day. Actually, night and day.
I was checking it out too. I'm gonna have problems, you know.
Yeah, because you can trade everywhere now, right?
I can trade anywhere.
Yeah, this is exactly what I thought. Like the Tradeovate app, like not being fit for what I need it for was kind of a blessing, but also a curse because I lost a bunch of money trying to get it to work. And then the team were like, "Hey, you should just check out the NinjaTrader app," and I was like, "Yeah, maybe I will." And then I checked it out and was like, "Balls!
Yeah, it's actually
so
crazy,
much,
right?
This is so much better."
Right.
Okay, they ran away from my order. That's sad.
Stowe said he was slinging from the beach on the NinjaTrader app.
Yeah. Don't forget news in 6 minutes. Yeah, I was trying to get into this before news, so I definitely want to leave the order in coming into news. But I have pretty tight validation. It's what?
Yeah,
20,
the Dow is dumping.
20
by the
points.
way.
Yeah, figured.
Figured. Every time we do these streams,
They're just us. The price action's us. Yeah.
Everyone's like, what's going on with the Dow? And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should just have a Dow chart up.
No, that just sounds awful. Why would you put yourself through the pain?
I don't know. Are you short? Did you sign
No,
that
no,
short?
no, no, no. I
They
didn't
front
mark
ran
it.
you?
They front ran me by like 2 points.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah. No, 4 points. I lied. Sorry. Can't believe
Yeah.
that.
Well, hopefully we get some movement with Jolts here in 5 minutes.
Did I trade the 11 a.m. candle? You're talking London time, right? And no, I traded the 12 candle. The chat front, right? Yeah, maybe. I think the likelihood of Jolts running everyone out at this point, it seems quite high. I was trying to get in this trade for the ability to be break even on it. And I'm no longer have the order in. This is sad. I'm very sad. Every time I watch this, I feel dumber after. Why?
It's not sad until you actually cry.
You want me to cry to prove how sad I am?
Yeah.
No, not doing it.
XYZ always threatens to cry on TV, and he has yet to do it.
He's not even out of bed right now.
I bet he is.
He would be here supporting the boys if he was. So I refuse to believe it.
Kane, is it a good time to ask people to actually give us some likes? Because there's 1,500 people apparently. And
I'm not going to trade until we get more likes.
there you go.
Not even going to ask. I'm just going to go on strike.
But we're only 5,000 away from the 150K subscribed. So if you haven't, give us a like, throw up a subscription. It's free. And there's going to be so many giveaways at 150K that Deli said we're going to break the internet.
Did they offer you a pay rise as well? When you hit 150?
I didn't know.
Oh, was I not supposed to say that? My bad.
Awkward.
Ignore that. Didn't say it. Yeah. As Leo said, if you guys could subscribe, that would be much appreciated. There is a tremendous amount of effort from the team behind the scenes that deserve it way more than we do.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, they work tirelessly. So if you could just support them, really, we're just the mask of the show. So yeah, support them. They work overtime to make this all happen. So yeah. You guys broke up for a moment, didn't hear what you said. Yeah, I didn't hear it either, Deli. I've already forgotten what was discussed.
You heard it loud and clear, Deli. I know you've got double backup connections, brother.
Yeah. They're running
don't play games.
Quadruple redundancy. They've got backups on their backups.
Yeah. I know what type of tech you have.
Interesting. They really front ran me that much. This is where Jolts
that's
just
pretty gross.
sends. Yeah, it's horrible actually.
Hey, Friday, it is a family show, but there were moments on Friday where I was like, is this really a family show?
Yeah. Sell it, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Pax has
he was killing me, man.
We've got to see that again,
Daddy's gonna get his Ferragamos.
That's right. That's right.
This was the best,
That's got to be a regular occurrence, at least once a month, every 2 weeks, something.
We should buy him a pair of Ferragamos. Just to
Crudele, make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Definitely. 23.3333333. Oh, that mean that would.
I mean, if we're going to 333, might as well go to 290.
Just at 0, honestly, at that point. Yeah, if the market stops at 23,333 for like more than a second, the order book fails and we just flush to zero. So yeah, Max, yeah.
I don't really know much about that, but I do have questions for you.
Sure.
Not right now because Jolts is coming out, but I think there was some news in the trading world yesterday that seems like a lot of people knew that fella.
Yeah, it was sad, man. It is sad. It's we'll talk about it after news, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what they do right here. Nothing. Up, down, up, down, down.
Up, down,
There.
up, down, up, down.
This kind of tells me the news was flat.
Tracy, what's the news? What's the number?
What's the number, Tracy? Let's have a look. Forex Factory. Jolts still pending. Come on. The forecast was 7 point. Here we go. So it's just under. That's bad. Bad for dollar. Good for NQ, I guess.
Good for NQ. Hey, usually it's pretty good for NQ. Anything, unless it's bad.
Yeah, gold ripping, by the way. Holy.
NQ's ripping.
Yeah.
A lot of buyers on that tape.
I would now short this 35s even more, to be
Really?
honest. Yeah. Yeah. I actually want to find any reason to get short on this. Yeah. I'm putting the order back in, boys and girls. I'm putting it back in. ES question for OFL. Would you recommend tick compression for L2L profile or leave as one tick?
I use 8 ticks.
There you go. The answer. You're fading me here, Dan. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Hey, that's what makes a market.
Yeah. If you could buy 435s, then I would like that, to be honest. ES swept 4 hour low. Did it really? No. That's gross. I still favor this, especially with where we are. 50%, come back down, flush into 50%. I'll still take it. The model's a model. Oh, sorry. My model's the model. My model. Okay.
No, you're a models trader?
I'm a models trader. Yeah, I just trade models.
Name all the models.
Kane, and Kane.
Yeah, I use 8 for NQ. ES, I would just use like 0 tick or maybe 2. I would combine 2 ticks.
You might be standing in front of a train, Kane. You've never met me. That's my number one passion, actually. Love trains.
Did you get filled?
No. I'm in at 435s, not 25s. By the way, we have not 435.
That's pretty. I mean, the model's the model.
Yeah, I mean, I just need to find a reason to get short here with my stopper 4850s. That's it. 4850s. 45,850.
This is what I love about trading.
We all call the same thing different. Oh, what?
Right now, I'm in a moment of indecision. I don't really have a great read.
We've not left the 5-minute opening range.
Yes, we have also that. The market's not giving a lot of information, right?
Yeah, no, it's not.
The great thing about trading from a retail standpoint is I don't have to do anything. I can sit and wait patiently for the best setup or more information when I don't have enough information. Did you get filled?
I got filled.
Kane is short 335.
They're gonna run me over. No, please don't. Yeah, my stop is 58, 58.5 right here. That's it. That's my stop. If it happens, it happens. The end. Okay. You wanna talk about the thing?
Yeah, I would like to. I think there's a good conversation to be had here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so for I guess I will say it. But yeah, for a lot of people that don't know, there was a guy on the online that I guess a lot of us interacted with. His name was Tyler, and over the weekend, the news broke that he unfortunately passed away last Friday. I don't know, I don't know why or how. Well, I know how, but I don't know why. The reasons, the justifications. There's a lot of people online speculating that he was struggling with trading, etc. No one really knows. But from the GoFundMe page that his family raised or put out, they made a statement basically saying that he really struggled with his mental health, and that yeah, he unfortunately passed away on Friday. And the news broke out over the weekend, and then it broke on Twitter on Monday. But yeah, he I guess he was one of the few people that made the unicorn model that I think a lot of people do or don't trade. I guess some people are aware of it for its crazy name. But he put a lot of work into, I guess, cultivating that and making that relatively famous. I know several people that trade that model, and again, not really here to discuss what it is, but yeah, and super young, 21, far too young to be taking his own life. And yeah, I want to just say to everyone that trading is really fucking hard. Again, I don't know if his struggles were financial or trading related. He put out a tweet recently that trading has been one of the hardest things he's ever had to achieve. But from the small interactions that I did have with Tyler, they were all positive. And he never let on that his trading was difficult, and he traded a very systematic model. And yeah, just incredibly sad, incredibly sad. And probably a good segue is September is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I just think that everyone, no matter if you are surrounded by the happiest people in the world, I said this yesterday, some of the happiest people will most likely be struggling with something, and it's always a good idea to check in on them. And yeah, especially men, in this industry, men are predominantly, I come across very few women in this industry, so forgive me. But I think it's really important that we just stress to all of our male counterparts, friends, family, whoever, whatever. It's really okay to not be okay. And I think that if you are struggling with something, seek help, reach out to a friend, reach out to a family member, because you're not alone. Everyone struggles with so many different things. And what's minor to some person could be major to someone else, and what's major to some person could be minor to someone else. Everyone's struggles are different. So yeah.
I mean, that was pretty well said. I don't think I have anything to add there other than, thanks for bringing it up. I would just say like the more, I'm trying to get short here with you, honestly.
Yeah, I just got stopped. Thanks. Yeah, it is what it is.
I tried a one lot down when we kind of flipped, and then it just kind of came back, but I think it's a better trade now that they took out the overnight high.
Yeah, I'll retake it. That's the sad part. I would retake the level.
There we go. Guess I'm just gonna get one scale off and then pull my stop in. 10 points. Just call it a free trade. Honestly, I think, I've been around X, Twitter, whatever, for quite a while. And I've noticed over the course of the last year and a half, it's gotten more and more divisive. And not, I just mean again, like in the trading community. And I hate to see that because I used to share tons of information, just kind of things freely, like I want to. And the responses I get now are just kind of like, why? There's so much hate when I post something, helpful, right? You can disagree with somebody, you can, say, hey, we can have like their spirited conversation, but just some of the hate is just unnecessary.
Oh,
And,
it's crazy. Yeah.
I just hate that for, especially for young people that are trying to learn, um, traders that are putting themselves out there and they're young. Like obviously that guy was super young, he's most people's brains aren't well developed until they're, mid 20s even. Some of us, it doesn't even ever happen. But
Yeah.
it's sad. And I would just encourage you guys to be nice to each other, in person, of course, and also online.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, it's just, especially recently, right? Like I've always tried to um have a bit of a level head on Twitter, but recently the amount of just toxicity and spew online is just crazy. Um, and I'm even guilty of it. I've just been letting people have it when they just give me shit online. And it's just not worth it. I just don't care enough, honestly. I
Yeah, because
do.
I mean, sometimes it gets to a point where it's like, hey, man, look, I've been kind and respectful, but at some point, like you're gonna say something and not like to really, like eventually I'm gonna say something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Either way, I just don't want to take away from the fact that someone incredibly young lost their life,
Yeah,
and it's just really, really, really fucking sad. Yeah,
yeah.
it's just. Hmm. Am I going to be able to retake this? Are we going to come back? There's just nowhere for me to get an entry this time around. Yes, it's opening range, failing to take out the high. NQ took the high. NQ left pretty bad lows.
Tons of absorption up there.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, look, I don't want to sit here and profess that I know Tyler extremely well. I don't. We've only spoken a handful of times, and it's just always been trading related. Um, however, you know, her mother lost her son yesterday on Friday. Her dad lost his son. Friends and brothers lost someone incredibly close to them. I don't need to know this person incredibly well just to reach out and say, and if you want to support, go to my Twitter. There's a GoFundMe page. They're raising money for funeral expenses. And again, I saw silly comments like, well, obviously this guy was struggling if his family doesn't have money. Guys, when someone dies, you need a power of attorney over assets, and that stuff takes time. The only way that's shortened is via a will, and show me a 21-year-old that has a will, you know? But yeah, no one's forced to support, no one's anything. Damn, they really ticked me out of this, eh?
Not me.
Not me. Nah, I'm happy for you,
I'm about
brother.
to cover this.
No, I don't. We're going to 23,320. Banger short, though. Yeah, banger short.
Thank you.
Proud of you, mate. Did I re-enter? Nah, I wish I did. I could have re-entered here, but honestly, I was scared of this running again, and that is actually what I would have preferred, is like a run, and then I could take something here on the way back down. But this is my target, ultimately.
Yep, I'm out.
Good trade, brother. Did that give us a 5-minute mid trade? It did, right?
It did, but I was looking to cover here, but we just sliced through it. So I just let it run, through this this distribution enough to like, you know, we've been buying every time we come into these 80s. So I'm like, okay, every time we come into here, right, there's buyers showing up, and you know, that's a pretty good trade, you know, 55, 60 points for me. So I'm happy to cover it, even if we, you know, do traverse the entire OR and start to break down to lower. I can always look for another setup.
Yeah, makes sense. No, it's good. I think the only way I can now get short is if we close like down here, like in the next 30 seconds, trade back up into these 420s and then start to reverse out of here. And if it runs without me, it runs without me. Nothing I can really do on it.
Yeah.
Sucks to suck, as I like to say.
That's my favorite Kane saying, actually.
Yeah, sucks to suck. NQ just failing to make a new low, ES making a new low. I favor
Because the Dow.
Yeah, favor ES just doing
Dow is just dumping.
continuing to sell off. But that could just mean that NQ just goes and makes a new high. Nothing stopping that.
Dow didn't even really rally from the Jolts number.
Yeah, weird, right? I could be short here. That's just a crazy stop loss, though.
If you're short here, you have to stop at what, 60?
Yeah, it's nuts. 200 ticks, 40 points.
Yeah, it's a big stop.
Yeah. What is this like 412s to 424? Anything on your chart? It's just that low volume node.
The mid and the low volume. I mean, it's a low volume node, but it's also the top of, you know, the distribution we put in this morning.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
So it's something worth leaning against, but I wouldn't use a 60-point stop.
Yeah, you would have your stop like
at 20.
20 at 20. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because kind of like if you get through it, that low volume, if you get above the top of the edge there, like it's likely to just go and run higher. So no point in giving it any more room than that.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
But for me, I would rather see last week's low get taken out, which is 370, and see it get reoffered on a test from below. That's kind of, for me, you know, it's a chop fest. We rallied to overnight high and sold, and now we're back in the middle. And so, honestly, for me, nothing's really changed. You know, it's just a grinding chop market. So yeah, I don't have anything good right here.
Yeah, it's too big for me. Kane to Leo. What is this 5-minute? Oh, yeah, I did that. What does it mean for you? Like, because we have different ways of doing the same thing. You know, me and Leo speak enough to know that we're in very similar trades a lot of the time. So it's just interesting. I just like to lean order flow bullish, you know, or curious, sorry. Yeah, I mean, they just sliced straight through it, didn't they?
Slammed right through it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just nuts. Yeah. Yeah, this is just typically a day for me where I just ES has been struggling to get through its opening range all day, and yeah, it's just been offered 101 times. And there's just these sellers just can't keep showing up all day, can they?
Usually when the sellers continue to get something shoved up their, you know what, they decide to leave for the day.
Yeah. They just back off. break even. Check your short and put your helmet on. This is just the old trade from here that I got ran out of. I just leave it on my chart for the session if I don't have another trade to see how painful it is.
Pretty good cover on my part in hindsight.
Great cover, yeah. ES took this low. I wasn't really paying attention to it. So yeah, absolutely spot on cover. The sad part for me is I can only short this next 4 hour.
Like you have to wait for.
I just
12.
can't. I just can't short. I can't long towards this high. Like it
Right.
just doesn't make, or this high. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
So yeah, painful, but it just is what it is.
Yep. Guess we should have just got long down there. Jeez.
Yeah, flip, just immediately.
Do you ever do that?
Very, very, very rarely. Like,
Usually when I do that, I'm not proud of it.
Yeah, and also if
it's
I
not
flip,
a price. It's not like a ooh, that was a great trade.
if I flip, it's normally because I've trailed out of a trade and it's like I've waited for a closure, I've got the closure, and I've just like immediately bought out and bought straight into a new position.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, 15-minute chart just looks horrible. We've gone nowhere, flush, and then immediate. And if we get above here, then yeah, I think sellers are just, they're not around for the rest of the day at that point.
Yep.
They will leave and not come back.
And to sell this from here again would just be hilarious.
They
Very
might do it.
like, yeah. I'm not going to take it, but
You're not. Is it telling you to take it?
no, nothing tells me. Fuck.
What?
I just, sometimes you're just itching to take a trade that you're just like, damn, I just saw, like very distinct things. And I don't want to get too crazy,
I mean, this is just a range right now, right?
Yeah.
Nothing else
sure.
to it.
Yep.
So
Don't overthink it.
until proven otherwise, yeah. I always say to a lot of people, like, if you can really see a range on a medium time frame, just don't overthink it and just trade the range.
Yeah. Very well said.
And if you get a lot of heat on one side of the range, then typically the other side of the range is now trying to buy out the other or sell out the other side of the range. So,
yeah, I mean, markets go from range to trend. And it's great to trade that range. It's also great to know when that range is expanding to trend, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing that I used to get in trouble with a lot when I was, fresh, just learning to trade is like, you can trade these ranges and make a ton of money. You can also lose a ton of money when you don't realize that the range is over.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know, like it's kind of like you're playing paddle, right? Going back and forth, and then all of a sudden the ball just leaves the court and you're still trying to play.
Yeah, you're just getting a sore arm. Yeah.
Picking pennies in front of a steamroller, as they would say. So it's great to identify a range and then know when that range has been, breached.
If you didn't get long already, it's probably best to wait. I mean, yeah.
Tell Stowe that. Stowe can buy these highs and sell them higher.
And then buy them
Makes
higher
a lot of
again.
money doing that.
Yeah. What is your clue to recognize the range is over? Well, it's all about acceptance, right? you like, for example, let's just say this is the range right now. Whatever, doesn't matter. Or this doesn't matter. Let's say this is the range. Acceptance below, reconfirm. If it does this, the range is over. So here, buys off of here, starts to trade back above here. This would symbolize the range is over. And this is not just a deviation outside of the range where they've stalled.
Yeah.
This is now acceptance above. So
Yeah.
like down here, acceptance below, failed to like close below this acceptance. This now just becomes the new range. They've accepted that this is now part, re-accepted back inside, and then doing this.
Yeah.
So it's just an evolving thing. Like you can't say like this is the range, and as soon as we get something like this is a breakout. Well, this is where typically everyone gets long and gets hurt on those breakout of that
Right.
range.
Right.
And also, like I said, you can do this for a while and then just accept back inside and go here. And now the range is just this. So it's a changing market dynamic. There's no like black and white. But if something really accelerates away and then uses the prior range as support or like retests it, then it could just, that's it. But ES is actually finally having a go at breaking out of its opening range.
How about that?
How about that? And NQ's a higher day. So ES has a lot of room to go, and NQ is showing that it wants to go.
The Dow found its buyers.
Yeah. Which maybe means NQ has found its sellers. Oh no, they found buyers as well.
Yeah, we're starting to get back into this fat distribution on the higher time frame.
Yeah.
Monthly open. That was Sunday. Monday's open.
It's looking very V-shapey out of here, isn't it?
I definitely see a V.
Higher time frame at least.
Yeah. What are we
Off
doing?
of these lows
Look at
as
that.
well.
Look at how ES rejected those 458s we talked about this morning. We didn't even take that trade. Did they? That was early. Hang on.
That was earlier. Yeah, we weren't even here.
We weren't even here. We should start streaming at London time.
What, you want me to be a chain to this PC? I've got grass to
You're already
water.
trading during that time, right?
Yeah, but not like the entire session,
We could just do a London session. Imagine me waking up at 2 a.m. just to get on stream with you and trade.
That'd be crazy. I'd be down. I don't know if you'd be down. You could just have baby and arm, maybe.
Yeah. I'll
The
put
wife.
sunglasses on baby so that she sleeps.
Yeah. We just turn all the lights off. You just stream in the dark.
That'd be funny. Nighttime streams.
So like again, this is like, for example, here, if NQ now starts to accept back into here,
It's
then
very
ES,
bearish.
it's very bearish, yeah. I would give one. Have a stab at this with one. Not really
We're
trying to.
like 50.
56.
Okay. I like it. I like that idea. There's a low volume node kind of that separates the attempted breakout.
Yeah. ES went from trying to break out of its opening range to trading to the other side of it, the 30-second at least.
All right. So at this point, where do you put your stop?
I won't move my stop until basically the next. Okay, so officially, I can't move my stop loss until basically the other side of the range, which is just crazy, right? Because that's basically
370.
yeah, that's like the entire daily session so far. So for me, I would not want to
I
see a
mean, this
buy
has run the other side of the range vibes.
multiple times. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also done it from 9:30 to the low, back again. Now we're back to the other side. So it would make sense for me to just TP the other side of the range instead of break even there. I wouldn't want to see ES buy up now back up into its opening range. You can't see ES on my on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Because it just traded in basically 50% of this entire low, which means I'm gonna have to turn this off because it's not programmed to do that. So for me, I would go break even right here because I wouldn't want it to buy off of that low,
Yeah.
and then I would just TP the other side of the range.
Right.
So I would just TP here, somewhere around these lows, basically, because I'm not trying to time the bottom of this. But yeah, and until then, this could just go again, and I would just leave it.
Right.
So yeah,
Let him
double
sell that.
distribution.
Let him sell that VWAP right there.
Oh,
Nope.
yeah. Then they were trying, but no. But yeah, I'll stay in this now, because I just wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to get caught out break even here, and this is the reoffer for the now lower. So yeah, I would just leave it. Yeah. I mean, this, like I said, I didn't want to see ES buy off of here, and then actually it just becomes this low. So we shall see.
It'll be hilarious if they reject here from barely getting to the almost getting to the IB high.
That'd be really bearish. Leo, why do you share your OBR strat? Aren't you scared it's going to get upped?
Am I scared of what?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't.
Arbed.
Yeah,
Well, I put it out there 3 years ago, and
I was about to say.
it still works fantastic today. It's kind of like there's somebody wrote something I remembered. I could give you the high and the low for the entire week in a newspaper on Sunday, and a lot of people would still lose money. There's a famous saying or a quote about that.
Sorry, Kane, I went long. Yeah, I'm not. I'm to be honest. This is very small size, especially after this fails again. I just start to play the range with small size.
Can you explain how arbing a strategy out of style works? I'd have to know more about that question. I'm not sure I understand it. What strat? Yeah, it's a 5-minute OR mid strat. I'll pull it up, and the folks at NinjaTrader can link it if you want to read about it. Oh, actually, no, I won't do that.
It played today so far. Actually, I think. Wait for a break above. Jesus, the rain is crazy. Um,
I wish they made it easier to search things. Here's a good. I'm going to link a couple of things. So this one's going to be on targets for the 5-minute mid, and then this one is the actual kind of write up about it.
I actually need a shot window. Give me a second.
Huh? Did he just leave me? Like, that's so disrespectful, Kane. Just like, boom, later. Tough day to be a seller. You know, it is if you look at the chart, but
Oh,
I made a decent amount of money just picking some spots to sell. He said he's got
no, I got a shot window.
It's the that's a different version of Kane we're getting.
Yeah, no, I had a shot window. This would have been your trade today, right? You'd be out of it by now. Well, you'd be holding, but you'd scaled
what?
out. You'd have scaled out of this 5-minute mid trade today, right?
The best opportunity for that for me was on the shorts earlier, and then kind of dead after the run. You know, once it's kind of traded through 44 times, then I'm just it just becomes irrelevant to me.
Yeah, because there's so much volume in it here.
Yeah.
I mean, the way you told me it, you wait for that solid closure outside of it, take the mid, target the
Yeah.
others,
I
the
linked him
projection.
to in the chat, so if somebody could post those to the YouTube chat, that'd be sick. What we need to do is recognize there we go. Sweet. Thank you guys. We have 24 minutes before my friend XYZ comes on. And what we want to do is milk him from the opportunity to get more likes.
Oh yeah.
So
for
we have
sure.
582 likes right now. Let's just bump those numbers up to like 700. That way, when XYZ jumps on, he has a hard time getting likes. And then we get to make fun of him for not being able to get more people to like his stream.
Well, he's awake. No, we didn't say that. Take it back.
Oh, shit. Hey, XY, how's it going? With friends like these, who needs enemies?
Oh. Because now if NQ was to come down and test these 450 levels again, and it starts to curve out, then that would be for me like acceptance, right? Because then the range at that point becomes more or less over. You got some acceptance out here, buyers stepped in, they pushed, they're just making this slow trending movement, curving out, and now you just want to see that final higher low burn, and then yeah, you've got a good range, failed acceptance below. You want to see good acceptance above.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, acceptance is all about volume.
Yep.
So if we're building volume outside of this range here, which we're starting to see that, then I'm going to be a little more cautious on shorts and kind of leaning more towards the long trades. I just don't have a good long setup here for me to get long 10 points off high day. week open is holding it. I need to expand these charts a little bit so that I can put the week open on this. This execution chart is only 3 days from a data series perspective. And that's why I can't get the weekly levels on here right now. But here it is right here. It's a week open and month open. They're both the same since it was Monday. Sorry, Sunday. I don't know. The month open would have been Monday's Globex open. That's what it should be. The way I look at it. What are you waiting for to short? Nothing. I'm not waiting for a specific short right now. I'm actually hands off shorts.
Me too.
I'd be looking for something to continue to break out of this distribution in this range here, and something that trades us on the higher time frame back into the bulk of the volume. But if we just run from here, I really don't have anything to concretely jump into.
Yeah, not the cleanest of days all round, really. But you're allowed bad trading days despite, well, actually, you're allowed losing trading days despite what social media will tell you.
Very true.
Kane, after taking YH, yesterday's high, I presume, would I look for shorts? Nah. I mean, that'd be really bullish. We're like 100 and, no, we're 52 points away. Not really. Honestly, I have no ambitions to short this right now. I would just wait and come back at 2 o'clock and see what happens. But yeah, I don't really need to. I'm more or less flat on the day from my short during London. Took 2 stabs at this, and yeah, I'm okay with being flat. So, no, you're good, bro. I mean, at some point, like we were saying, that if you build up, if you trade down here for so long, fail to break, and then trade higher, you almost have to be silly to not accept that this is going higher now. If this wanted lower, they'd have done it here. After this, there was a lot of selling here. Then they failed to take it lower. Buyers stepped in, and we've been up since. Gave them the chance to sell it. Buyers stepped back in. Buyers are just slowly moving up. That's it, really. It's not pretty much more to it.
Oh yeah, this is back at that 58.
Yeah, 58, yeah. This is where Pharm sold as well, right? He was...
Is that where he was short from?
Yeah, he was short from, I think he said 57.25.
I hope you covered, Pharm. Are you going to sell more?
He said he refuses to trade this range. If he gets stopped, he's done. And I think that's... I kind of just I see that as well. I don't really want to be stuck in this forever. Monday open, fall off a cliff Tuesday, regain Wednesday, now trade back up. You've kind of got that immediate push lower. I'd want to sell this, I guess, long, higher time. Probably around these 23,800s level. Backtest that kind of area. I guess like 650s to 800s, somewhere in there. Get probably more short bias there. I'm shorting triple longs from the last spike.
They're just punching this thing through.
Yeah, they really are. Glad I got out of its way.
Same. Same.
ES took over that high. Finally. Order flow is very heavy bid side at the moment. Stowe, put a smiley face. So Stowe, tell us, where are you long from, sir?
Where are you long from, Stowe?
Yeah, tell us. I would presume it's like 23,400s.
I'm gonna go with 470.
Or yeah, maybe.
470, 430. 430, 470.
Yeah, I would say I would say 430s now I'm looking at it. He would have added. So Stowe.
Stowe, answer the question, Stowe. 463.
463.
Boom.
Damn, he really bought the high, didn't you?
He did.
He can buy it. He can buy those highs and sell them higher. That's just how he is. Oh, we were going to do a giveaway. The giveaway's over. That was one entry, and they were really far away. Yeah. Are you excited for the potential end of the summer?
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I think we're starting to see a little pickup
Yeah,
in vol.
Yeah. I mean, last week it really started turning, right? Yeah,
right.
I could see it. I could feel it, actually.
Yeah.
Suddenly we had 200-point open. I was like, whoa, I haven't seen you for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We opened 300 points down, and people were talking about
bear market. Yeah.
people are talking about are we gonna hit circuit breakers? And I'm like, oh yeah, the vibes are back. People are worried about circuit breakers when Nasy's down 300 points. It's time to party.
Yeah. No, but I mean, we, everyone kind of got bearish on that last drop before ES took out the high again. I guess everyone got bearish like 24. Not 24. That's a bit exaggeration. They got bearish like this 23,800s level after the drop. They were like, yeah.
Yeah.
Valhalla. Then we back tested it. Everyone got bullish again. ES took all time high. Then we dropped, and now everyone's screaming bear market again.
Yeah.
Do what you want with that information, I guess.
Do what you want with that information.
Wow. Why? Why?
What?
That was mean.
What?
You didn't have to do that.
What? Do what?
You know what you did.
What did I do?
You know what you did.
Was that impersonating you?
I would like to speak to HR.
Call him right now. Pick up the phone and call him, Kane. Put him on speaker.
Don't bully me. Yeah, I'm gonna call.
We need you. We need HR on the phone.
Who can I call that will pretend that they're HR?
I can't even tell who's talking.
Shab's got me. Shab is HR. Shab's HR marketing. She's the boss.
Let's get Leo's voice for 355 algo now. That's Stowe's thing though, because he called it the double down algo. So we need Stowe to be like, it's double down time.
Yeah, I agree.
355.
Let's go.
Look, you know what happened with that algo? The market was incredibly boring that day, and they kind of went on this soundbite mission. I got a text, and they were like, "Can you just send us a voice note saying it's algo time?" And I did, and ever since then, it's been that. So, I'm happy to give it up. I never attend the PM session. I'm there in the chat, but I've never attended the actual session with the boys. So, it only feels right that Stowe takes it,
I think just before XYZ gets on, we get 50 more likes, and you and I come back next week. If not, we don't come back.
Yeah, I didn't agree to come back, so maybe. Yeah, I guess I will. Chat. Let's have a guess at what hat XY is going to wear today. Don't think about switching it. No, chat.
No. You can't switch it.
He's switching it.
You
chat.
cannot do that.
Chat. He's switching it in the green screen. Let's have a think of because he always wears the same color. How can we make this interesting? He's okay. So Norseman guessed. The first guess was the NYY hat. Actually, no, sorry. Shop guessed Bass Pro. Eagles hat. Oh, there's a couple of guesses now. Don't worry, we'll hold him accountable, chat.
Does he say
XYZ or
XYZ or
XYZ?
XYZ?
Yeah, XYZ.
He actually got a new nickname on Friday.
XE, yeah.
XE.
Yeah. And we actually call Nick, we don't even call Nick for a tick anymore. We just call him Tick.
Tick.
Yeah.
XE.
Yeah, we should just call him XE, yeah.
XE.exe.
Isn't that like Elon Musk's child's name?
Yes.
XE? It is, right?
Yeah.
We should spell it how Elon Musk spells it though. So that
Look at all of the selling that hit in these 510s, and they're just getting run over right now.
yeah.
I guess I should adjust so that people can see it.
They're gonna try it though. They might try it here.
Kane, do you back adjust your charts?
Depends. Not really. Most of the time, not because it just screws with my numbers. But honestly, the way I trade doesn't really matter. In complete honesty, because I'm just trading intraday 4-hour candles, so I don't really care what happened.
Yeah.
I will just always mark out like previous day, previous week highs on a non-back adjusted chart.
Yeah,
that's it. That's really it. Yeah.
It's always an interesting conversation when we get to close to rollover time, where people are rolling charts over, and okay, yeah, I can stop my share. When we get to rollover time, and there's always a discussion because obviously you're moving symbols. So do you back adjust? Do you not back adjust? And personally, I think back adjusting, for index markets is a mistake.
Yep.
Because you're artificially moving the prior contract's price up or down, to basically meet the next month's contract. And we're talking about, you back adjust your charts. Now you have prices, old highs, old lows that weren't actually traded as old highs or old lows.
Yeah.
And the same thing happens with the volume, right? And so you're basically just making fake highs and lows and fake volume and fake value areas that didn't actually even occur. And so that's why I'm a big, proponent of not back adjusting your chart, even if it's, hey, we're intraday traders, we're looking at, short time frame stuff to execute on a, whatever, but you're still putting the context of the market through that higher time frame, right? Everybody kind of goes, or a lot of people, including myself, kind of go through that, week, day, 4-hour, 30-minute. And so I always just try to align everything to the same, methodology, because I don't want to be saying that last month's high was this when it was actually traded at some other price.
I think a really good example of this is the December high, like the previous year high, right? 22,425, whatever, and some change. You back adjust, that high is 22,900. It's such a difference.
Right.
And then the thing is okay, you could make the argument is that then August we back tested that level. Well, actually, that's not true because that level doesn't exist anywhere on a real chart.
Right.
And I actually saw that on Twitter. It was like, why did you get bearish? Why were you bearish expecting a flush lower than this? It was the old high. And I just was like, yeah, you're silly. It's not the old high. So yeah, rollover can really screw with a lot of people, especially when you enter like all-time high mark. Like when you roll over around all-time high, it screws with you because the all-time high price on the back adjusted chart is not the all-time high price.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So you're actually targeting infinity.
Infinity and beyond.
And beyond. Yeah. Oh, he's here.
Oh,
he's long as well. Oh,
black hat, long trader.
Yes. So someone
went for the
nailed it.
breakout long.
Someone tried to nail it with the NYY hat. It's actually just the LA hat. He just wrong side of the country. I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
Oh, my mic was muted. My bad.
Don't worry. That happened to me this morning as well. So
No,
we
it
all
happens
did
to me
it.
like all the time because I keep tapping like this, whatever it is that makes
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually got long around the 30s, but my last three lots were, I think this was where Stowe is, right?
Yeah, it is
But
actually. He added 6.5s. Yeah.
got some good peels. Got the first around these 88s, and then close to the 50% extension, which is like the 520s. And now I'm just sitting on the rest and hoping that we can get to this area right here, 570s. But yeah, I'm just getting along. We're doing well, and I'm hearing my friends see all these things about me, trying to
What did
sabotage
I say
me.
about you?
No. Don't incriminate yourself. He wasn't suggesting it was you. He just said friends. He just said friends. Who said something about you, XY? What happened?
I don't know. Some people they be preying on my downfall too. You know
Wow.
Praying
what
on
that's
your
like.
down. What are you talking about?
Who
Who
You know
do
what
I
is?
that's
need to
like.
have words with? Was it Stowe again?
Chat, unlike all the likes right now, when they hop off, put them back on.
No, it's 700 likes, and we come back next week. If we don't have
Yeah.
700, we don't come back.
Yeah. You'll be doing a long session next Wednesday. You and Stowe.
Do you guys know? Here, I'm gonna tell you something. Maybe I'm not allowed to do. In a couple of weeks, there's gonna be an entire day stream of me, XY, Nick, and Stowe
Thanks for the invite.
with the
Appreciate it.
competition. Kane,
Appreciate
you're
that.
welcome to
No,
join
no,
too.
no. I don't
You're
do sympathy invites. Sorry.
Oh, no, 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 no. There's no
No.
sympathy invite
No,
here.
no.
No, no,
I
no, no,
don't.
no. Now you have to join.
Well,
Uh,
Leo gave you a sympathy invite. I'll just tell you that you're going to be on. How's
I just
that?
said it.
wow, that's crazy. No. I want to leave it to I don't want to turn out with my
Join the
non-order flow brain.
competition, get on stream with us, and let's trade the markets and see who can win.
What's the competition? We're gonna do the micro reverse or not?
No, this is gonna be you can trade NQ or ES, and you're gonna be able to trade up to 15 micros
No mini?
with a $5,000 starting balance.
Oh yeah, that'd be ballsy. One mini, 5K, crazy. Okay, sweet. I can't wait to blow that.
I thought
No,
you were
for
gonna say I can't wait to
Kane, he's
blow
only
that up.
allowed to trade 3 micros.
Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, don't leak too much. I guess.
WrestleMania without Kane? Yeah, see? It can't happen.
You have to figure it out. Sorry.
Anyway,
Oh, Delhi saying not confirmed yet on those totals. Yeah, let's pump those numbers up. 15 minis.
they may be subject to change. Fair enough.
Oh well.
This is what happens when you get gunslingers out here. We just say something,
Yeah,
and
the
then
big
they have to correct the record.
the big wigs have to correct us.
They're
Yeah.
like, yeah, actually, Leo, it's not that. Okay. Something else, Can you please shh up?
Well, what I will say to the chat is, when that does get announced, you should all sign up for it because I imagine there will be some prizes for it.
Yep,
Maybe.
for sure.
And obviously, I won't participate because someone other than me should win. So, yeah, just
I love you too, Isaac.
I'm betting the house on XY.
You're betting the house. We can take a side market here. I'll bet on myself.
The synthetic. You're gonna be chained to your desk, aren't you?
I'm a winner.
Yeah. Okay, I'll participate, but are you gonna be on stream all day?
Well, just the normal, like open till midday break, and then come back for the close.
Oh no, you're not allowed to break. No, you have to work for your lunch break. Sorry. I'm not
The winner gets
participating.
a haircut from XYZ's barber. Does XYZ gets haircuts? We've never seen his hair.
Yeah, extra. Take the hat off. Come on, show us what we want to see.
No, I don't get haircuts. It just legit doesn't grow at all, ever.
See,
What? That just doesn't grow. The
It
hair
just doesn't grow. I haven't gotten a haircut in like 16 years.
Wow, that barber is crazy. What did he do?
Do I actually haven't So my cousin cuts my hair, but I haven't seen him for like
16
almost a
years.
year now. I haven't seen him for almost a year. So there's no like lineup, fade, taper. It's literally just my wife buzzing my hair on a one all this time because I've been so busy.
Yeah, busy longing NQ. Yeah, so I see that.
So exhausting.
Yeah, it must be tough making all that money trading. Just, I mean, you've been killing it the last couple of weeks, or
It's
the
not the
last
worst.
16
It's not the
years.
worst thing.
Yeah.
At least chat gets to do it with me.
No,
They
they
actually haven't
fade
been
you.
trading much outside the streams.
They fade you like 90% of the time. You can't bring them on side.
Maybe that's why it works though, you know?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Too busy to get a haircut. We just established he doesn't need a haircut. It doesn't grow. But if you were to say to Delhi, are you too busy to get a haircut? He would say no. There's no way.
Chat loves your hair.
Yeah, my cousin's the only one I trust with my haircuts because he does great like lineups and tapers and fades and all that stuff, but I haven't seen him for a while. So you guys will see next
Well,
time.
if I didn't cut my hair for 16 years, I'd have long ass hair. It would be crazy.
Dude, I think for me, even after like a week and a half, when I start shampooing my head and I can literally start grabbing my hairs, it annoys me already. It's just I hate it.
Interesting.
Having no hair is the best. Can't tell if I just rolled out of bed.
I've never
We
shaved my
know.
hair off.
We know when you've just rolled out of bed.
Yeah.
Rolled out and pressed buy as soon as I could.
Well, our time is up and we got our 700 likes. So that means you have to get another 200 before the stream's over. And we're going to be back next week. Right, Kane?
Sadly, yeah. No, kidding. Yeah, definitely.
Sadly.
Yeah, I was kidding. I immediately caveated it.
Wow.
Like, jeez, come on. I immediately caveated it. Yeah, no, it's so sad. We'll be back next week. Look after yourselves, everyone. Appreciate you all.
See you guys.
See you
Ciao.
guys.
Good luck, XY.
This is so funny. I don't have a hair loss problem. Yeah, I actually just like to keep my hair really short. It's been this way since like high school, before high school. I don't need hair products. Yeah, that's not how things are going, guys. Anyways, morning, guys. Yeah, I'm happy to report I don't have a hair loss issue. I just keep it really short, the shortest possible before the clips go to zero. Yeah, day tripper. Thanks for withholding that until now. Yeah, I mean, one of these days I'll go get a proper cut and we'll debut it, you know what I mean? Like right now there's like you can't see anything going on. There's no lineup. There's like zero fade left. It's all bad. Oh, how old am I? I am, what is it, 2025? I'm gonna be 34 in 18 days on the 21st. So yeah, right now I've just been getting it buzzed all the way one all around. When it gets to like every like week, honestly, every week. When the hair starts to grow out, even just a little bit, even after like 6, 7 days, it gets annoying and I hate it. So um going to Vegas for birthday? TBD. It's whatever the people want to do. Yeah, I might be the youngest on this network. I don't know. I don't know if people are telling you how old they are, but yeah. 11 days. Sweet. Yeah, Steve. So a lot of my hair, like you'd have to get down to the metal with no guards. And my wife doesn't cut hair, so I don't trust her with any of that. The last time I went to someone else, they didn't do too well either. So, I mean, my cousin's been cutting my hair since like the beginning of high school. So he knows everything. Um, I mean, he's been doing it forever. So he's the only one I want to go to. Um, he's probably like 40 minutes away from me, and I make that drive because to me it's worth it. But yeah, he's the only one that does all the work on my hair. Uh, do I use opening range? I don't. But it's not because I don't think it's good. It's because I'm simply not awake early enough. So I use a IB. You can see it here. It's the initial balance. So the IB works out for me. I had, all the ORs at some point, and at some point I just realized, look, by the time I'm awake, I'm mostly playing the IB anyway. So yeah. You're confused by the orders. Okay, yeah. So you're right. I've got two lots, but I've got two different stops. This is the original OCO from my trade. So there's two left. It says two, but I'm trailing one of them. I'm not letting both of these come all the way back to me right now. I'm trailing one. So if this does get tagged right here, this number will go to one as well. And I'll be sitting on one, and I'll probably be willing to risk that one for higher. So it's just how I manage my trades. I don't like letting things go all the way back. I mean, I was long from the 30s here, 7 lots. I took off 3 in here. I'll show you guys. So this was basically my trade. Getting long, speculating higher, right, we're holding, and I think we can make our way into this low volume area and slowly work towards this yellow zone. So my first take profits were around here. Let me blow up this thing. So you can see a low volume area. So my first take profits around this 88, 89s right here. And then my next target was upwards of this area. So closer to the 50% extension, which today is around 523. So I think I got out around 19s or 20s on the other two. So I'm down to 2 from there. I was trailing 2 the entire way, but since I got take profit on the 2, now I got 2 left. So I was trailing 2 and I had 4 left to this take profit area. And now that I'm down to 2, I'm trailing 1 of these 2. So it's so that I don't take myself out of the market if not necessary, because the range is still only 155, right? At the time, the range was even more narrow. Breaking IB, we were at like 100 range. So our average is what, 230s, 240s. So if we're going to extend, the speculation is we're going to extend this way rather than go all the way back and we're still stuck in 100-point range. So otherwise, or if that's the case, I want to sit in the trade, extend with the market, and to me, that'd be done through trailing. Fabio, this is NinjaTrader. How far back? This is just a 5-day rolling profile right here. So you can see the market's done a lot or moved a lot. What's up, Dio? Yeah, there's a lot going on in the chat. That is a proper cut. Not quite yet, not quite yet. So funny seeing chat. Think I have hair loss issues. Um, the trade, okay. Yeah, I can go over my trade. So let me see if I want to trail this in any way right now. No, I think I'll leave this. We'll do a 570 take profit. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten paid quite a bit on the trade already, so I'm willing to risk like all 50 or so of these points on this last lot in case they want to extend. Said yesterday we're gonna run up the bag, and that's what we're doing. Yeah, so this trade, I mean, if you look high time frame, this is that swing, right? The other day, or yesterday rather. Tried the swing, swept it up, holding higher now. And if that's going to be the case, right, they're gonna leave this low volume area behind, leave this entire volume behind. I think we can go up and retest this zone, right? And so the hard parts were the 450s, the 490s, and then now above the 500s where we have to work through this really low volume area. But my speculation is if we can trade this, if we can trade into this low volume, then our shot at the 570 is pretty good. Intraday, seeing so many attempts downside, finally getting the pop, right? And then holding the higher low. So seeing the buying really come in and the selling let off right like this, and having price come back and they're unable to really tap back into the lows, and then going all the way through the range, new high. To me, this is the market kind of making that decision like, all right, how many times have they tried the low? If it's not going to be the information, it's not going to be it. The market is not making a new low, unable to, pops, and isn't even getting back to the low, and they get absorbed. They get absorbed higher. So now as they move back higher, they're getting continuation. It's a new high. New high. So I was tempted to reoffer this for sure. Poke above, sweep through, and then back in the range, but the range is really narrow. So I decided I'm gonna wait for this pullback and see if there's any actual selling that comes in the market, right? Someone that wants to still push price lower. And then they're probably gonna bounce, make a lower high at some point. And then we can take this through the range. But not only did nobody step in on this pullback area, which is why I got long instead. When price is coming back up, the buying's like flooding in now, and they're not losing any steam. So that's why I got my last 3 ads at this price here, anticipating the break. So first few, last almost half, 4 lots, 3 lots, and then it just started to melt. And after the big, finally, this pop here started to trail, took profits, and then started to trail 2, and then took those profits, and then ended up trailing 1. So that's literally the outline of my trade. Downsides just didn't really look like the play, honestly, with the tape the way it was. It was pretty buy side weighted, honestly. And if that's going to be the case after all of these attempts, I've gotten run over by that more than enough times. Very Ari. So you were on yesterday, huh? Yeah, we're touching it. We're touching it today. I've got double header streams, so we're closing out the midday here, and then I'm back on with Nick, 2:30 Eastern. So there will be some touching. Alfonso's crazy, man. What is he even talking about? Load up on triple double A. Yeah, I mean they're forming this node, so there is a passive seller, and What I don't want to see is them losing this volume and start trading through, and because this would not be good news for longs. Yeah, HK, I appreciate that. I try my best to really simplify things. I know it can look really convoluted with all these things, volume profile, this, that, talking about order flow. And, when I started trading with order flow, I thought it was just, I wouldn't even say trading with order flow yet. The first time I saw it and I'm looking at it, I'm trying to digest it. I'm like, dude, what is this? Like, it looks like hieroglyphics. Where are the candlesticks? Why are there no candlesticks anywhere? You see a composite, you're seeing like a reconstructed tape, you're seeing footprints, obviously the ladder, the price ladder. And I'm just like, there's not a single candlestick on here. What are they doing? But over time, you kind of get more acquainted with it, and yeah, good things happen. I'm not sure how much room I want to give this. It's looking kind of off for... Yeah, maybe I'll just leave this. Do I use volume delta or look at it at all for bias? Volume delta. There's delta right here. Delta by price. I think that's what you might be talking about. It's quite literally volume in a sense. It's market orders, yeah. Oh, CVD? No, I don't use CVD. I've got my opinions about CVD. I don't think it's maybe a hot take. I don't think it's let's put it this way. I think it is the least actionable order flow indicator. I guess you could say it could be very like after the fact, like most other indicators, honestly. I think there are better ways to execute with order flow, as you can say. I mean, if it works for you though, don't let me sway you, honestly. Just got back to desk short 62. Wow, gee, thanks. Thanks, Nick. Like I said earlier, guys, with friends like these, who needs enemies? Huh? We've got two guys telling you guys to dump all your likes before I get on. You got Nick getting to desk just to fade me. Which indicator gives the IB level and RTH open? Or Lido. This is like a package from OFL. It's called the MGI study. I have my IB in the open inside that study, but you can get these on Sierra chart too without issues. You can have a initial balance and plot the open. I mean, not on Sierra chart, NinjaTrader. You can just literally do it. I like the OFL study. Again, it's not free. This one's not free because I could just put all my stuff like VWAP, open, IB, prior day, overnight. So it makes it so much easier. So this one, not free, but highly useful. I mean, it saves me a ton of time, right? I could get, honestly, with the OFL studies, I can get to desk when I get on, and so many things are plotted for me already. And I can just get on with things, right? Look at those, form my plan, what I think might happen, and get on with it. The one down here, this is not CVD, Nalin. This is called the tape reader, also OFL study, free. You guys would be glad to know that it's free. Very useful. It's an aggregate of the time and sales. If it's red like this, there are more orders hitting bid than lifting offer, and that's not something that I'd like to see if I'm long. So my runner is not happy with it right now, but this one is free, super useful. You can even look back at the market in the beginning, right? As they're trying to poke the lows, you see the selling really come in, but it starts to taper. And a little bit of buy side kicks in, and then they run out with it, right? All buy side. And on this move down, it does fade again, and buy side comes in again. And you can see since the second go, higher low, it's been mostly buy side on the market until this pullback, faded, and then they're pulling back again, but super useful. CVD is too much woo. Yeah, fractal. That's the thing, right? So CVD could be framed both ways. You can look at it, and it's like it's dependent on your bias, right? So if you want to take the trade based on absorption, you're gonna be like, oh, look, it's absorption because they're really punching on the sell side, but price isn't moving. It's time to get long. But otherwise, if that's not your bias, someone would be like, oh, that's divergence because this is what they're doing, but it's not for real, guys. It's divergence. So that's kind of the thing that really drove me away from CVD. When I obviously you find other things, right? Like just being in OFL, there's different stuff, different tools that do different things. And as they do the different things, you're like, this is so much more useful than CVD. Yeah, if you guys like CVD, don't come after me. It's just my opinion, right? Um, if it works for you, it makes you money, don't let my opinion, bear any weight on your trading because you're making money. That's just my opinion about CVD. Let's just say uh let's just say it works, right? Sure. Everyone agrees it's great, it works, fine. I'm just simply saying, to me, there are better inputs for me to look at than CVD. CVD is at the absolute bottom of the order flow totem pole for me. Maybe I just don't know what to do with it, right? It's possible. Hey, what's up, Job? Yeah, I'm trying to get I need Viore to sponsor me, man. Difference between OFL tape and CVD. Yeah, that's literally the difference. Right here. I think CVD is like an all day thing, an all session thing, and that just doesn't paint me the same visual and the same context as the tape reader. The tape reader is like a bar by bar. There's the high and the low of the range, whereas CVD is an all day thing. I think some might say, a CVD divergence, you can use it to spot a reversal. But for me, trying to spot a reversal with CVD makes no sense because if it's a largely one-way market, CVD is just inching towards that direction the entire time. And how do you know when it's going to turn? Because the market's going to turn before CVD turns, right? CVD will start to pull back, I guess you could say, but it's still going to be like way down in the dumps on the other side. But with other inputs, I can spot things sooner. It's a whole thing. I don't know. Yeah, Nick's trade is killing my runner, and I hate it. That's all right. I mean, this was a 7-lot long that we got all the way up to the 520s, so we're cool with it. We've got time left, and I'm on with Nick later, so we can try to turn a 5-figure day today, depending on what the market gives Nick and I in the afternoon, because sometimes it just wants to wedge us in a 20-point range. I do think if I wasn't long, I would have definitely considered that short because this is the 50% IB extension. So another thing that I do is I have extensions on against the or with the IB, 50% extensions, and those are very, very good market turn locations. And that's why my last TPs before my runners were at the 50%. I actually front ran it by about 3 points. But they did tag the 50% extension. It was at 523 half. So maybe like 4 points front ran it around the 519. Do you think you could trade on a smartphone with no indicators, just candlesticks, still be the guy you are? Do you think these fancy indicators part of your success? Not trying to be a smartass, by the way. Yeah, I don't take it that way. Honestly, chat, you guys can say a bunch of things. Maybe something's out of pocket. I'm not going to take it personally, right? It comes with the territory of being on stream. People have their opinions. Everyone's entitled. I'm entitled to mine. You guys can be candid, like ask your questions. I think that's the point of it all. I'm not sensitive. But yes, do I think I can trade on a smartphone? with no indicators and candlesticks, two parts to it. Do I think I can trade with candlesticks only and do well? Yes. Do I think, and that's because that's how I started. I started with 1 minute and 5 minute, and then obviously I've got the 15 minute, the 1 hour, but I was like a pure price action trader. And that's why I'm like hybrid now. I still put heavy weighting on price action, right? I'll reference how, 2 bars have sequenced or 3 bars or a candle closed, things like that. And if you haven't seen it, it's on my YouTube. I have breakdowns on there where I'm referencing candles, right? So yeah, because of that, I do think I can do well. Can I do as well? I don't think so because order flow gives me a lot of added edge in being able to get certain entries that provide, most importantly, certain risk. I think that is a huge component of my trading. Even on stream, it's not often you're seeing me take a full stop, as in like the price goes to my stop. I'm gonna get out of the trade if the order flow shows me something I don't like, or if it's not doing what I thought it would be doing as I entered, things like that, to minimize my risk like heavily. And I think that's a huge part of my edge that candlesticks cannot provide for me. They are giving back quite a bit of range here. So this is tough. It would be a decent spot for a long and a decent spot for a short. So I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna just wait for the market to attempt something, because to me, this is not attempting anything. It's still just moving one way. It's trying to find that balance first, trying to find a counterparty on the bid side to do some trading with. They haven't found it, but yes. So 2-part question became a 3-part question. Can I do well? Yes. Do I think I can do as well? No. Do I think I can do okay? Like, be happy with the results? Absolutely. I do have a high degree of confidence in my price action trading. And I think that is a very key foundation to all traders. But the smartphone thing, I don't think so, because I wouldn't even know how to use it. Like, sure, I can pop it on and mess around with Sim for a moment and find out how to place orders and stuff, but I don't know, I might fudge some buttons, fat finger this. I've never really executed on a phone, so it would probably melt my brain trying to do so. And it would probably trigger tilt faster or something like that. So candlesticks, not a problem. Phone, probably a problem. I don't trade mobile. The most mobile I'll trade is laptop, because you can still use platform. And for me, my idea is, look, if I'm not at desk, why do I have to be on the charts, right? If I don't have a laptop or PC, there's no reason for me to have to be on the charts. So I'm just going to enjoy my life, because that's what I'm doing it for anyway. So it would be kind of, it wouldn't really make sense, right? I am trading to be able to do what I want, when I want, how I want. But if I'm a slave to the chart, it doesn't make any sense. So there's a fine line with that, between those for me, and I stick to it. Yeah. So that's pretty much why, like I say, most of my trading lately, like all of my trading has been on stream with all you guys. I haven't really done much outside of it, because I'm not a guy who likes to be on the charts for long. And if I'm going to do my own personal trading and all the streaming that I've been doing lately on NT Live, I'm just like, I feel like I'm trading all day. Before NT Live, I'm trading like an hour. If it's a 2-hour session, things are not going as well as I'd like. Some days it's 15 minutes, depending on how lucky I am when I get to desk, what the market's doing, right? Like a one and done. So yeah, sometimes on stream, I've made my money. I had a great long, in my opinion, it was a great long. From the 30s, it's almost 100 points with 7 lots, right? Obviously I didn't capture the full. I'm not ever going to be able to. I don't expect to. But usually the days like this, my charts are done. Like when this trade's closed, my charts are off, and I'm not taking any more trades. So these days, sometimes like you'll see me bag, like even yesterday, I bagged a really nice winner, and I took like 2 more losses after that. Like obviously it's okay because it's small, but generally I'd be done with my trading, and that's just my process. I get on, I do my work real quick, maybe make a few $1,000s, and we're off. But if the market's still moving, it's doing the same thing, my plan is still in play, it hasn't been completed, yeah, I'll stick around and I'll mash on the gas some more and try maybe make 5 figures or something like that. But today the plan has played, right? Ultimately, we wanted to get here where the volume starts to drop off, and we got there. The 570s would have been icing on the cake kind of thing. Might try to be off, but right now we're chilling. So questions are welcome. Yeah, Nick's doing well on this one. Sorry, I went on a rant, but yeah, Jeff, like, nobody needs all the money in the world. I don't need all the money in the world. And I think there's a value to it too. So many times, maybe a long here is worth it. View up. Yeah, so many times I've made my money and I take a break or I call it a day and then I come back and it becomes like three likely scenarios for me. It becomes I give back all my money. It becomes now I'm actually red, or I made a little more, but I spent another like 2 hours doing it. And I'm just like, that's not even worth it. It's not even worth that extra money, you know? So to me, it's like I gauge it by like value in terms of pace. Like how much time did I need to spend to make this? And ever since I like cut down my process to just like a good burst of execution, mind is sharp, mental capital's full, my trading on a longer, data set is so much better than trying to be on the charts longer to make more. If I make more, it's incremental in comparison to how fast I made the other money on the session, or I don't make more, I give it all back, or I just go red. Because it's harder for me to stay below high water mark, right? There's this thing with me that if I made, say, a nice round, like we'll say like 8,000, right? And I come back and I'm like down to like 6.5 now. And I'm like, well, now it's not the nice 8,000 anymore. And it starts to unravel. I need to close that window. I need to keep it shut. I need to lock it. And that was one of the ways I did that. That is one of the ways, like it's very important to understand your personality and your trading to create a process that really makes sense for you, right? It might not make sense for someone else. They'd be like, why would you do that? Like, it's totally fine. You should execute. But no, my mental capital, the way I see mental capital is you start off fresh on the day. It does not ever regenerate. It's being spent. As you sit on your chart, it's diminishing. As you get into a trade, it's diminishing faster. If you're in a trade and you're sitting in heat, it's diminishing exponentially faster. And there's only so much mental capital you start with, and that is necessary to execute as sharp as you can. So if mental capital is on the lower side, or like say the gas tank is half empty, your executions won't be as sharp. That's how it is for me. And some might say like, oh yeah, you can make all this money, go take a 2 hour break, come back and you're fresh. I'm not fresh because in my mind, it's still like, I've done this, I've got this, and I like where I am. I'm happy where I am. It's a nice round P&L or something like that. Just these little things do get to me, and I have to shut out all the windows that might invite some sort of subconscious, failure to execute. So it's not like, I can sit here and tell you guys, oh, I trade just a few minutes or an hour a day because I make so much so fast, and that's just a regular occurrence, and that's because I'm that guy. No, that's a safeguard. It's a safeguard for getting in, doing the work as I'm supposed to, not doing the other things outside of it, and reaping the benefits on a consistent basis. So some people say, oh, if your edge is there, you got to press. If your edge is there for 8 hours, you've got to press. Yes, if you're a robot, which nobody is. And I don't want to chase that ghost, and I don't think anybody should. The reality is your edge can be there. It can be present. Maybe on a certain day, your edge is present for 4 hours, but you don't have the mental capital to execute the way that you have to and the way that you should. And so you will botch it. You will, maybe trip over your shoes, things like that along the way, and it can snowball into other things. And so I just take a step back from it all and I go, for what? I don't need all the money. I don't need every market wiggle. So that's my thing. I know this has been like a TED Talk rant. Thank you for coming. But it's something I do feel strongly about because it's something so many will say, quote unquote, professionals will harp on, like you need to become a robot and this and this. I sit here as a prime example of so many things that you don't have to do. And I don't say that as like in a way of being lazy, but there are certain things that can be worked around if you're honest enough with yourself. I'm seeing if there's a long way taking here. I've just been looking at the order flow. We'll give this a try. Not looking to risk too much on this. But yeah, there's so many things, right? I don't speak of this often because I don't think it's a good place to start, but I get to desk when I do. I'm late. And all the gung ho, like you need to ruin your life and sacrifice your family to make it in this game. They'd be like, oh, if you're not at desk like at least half an hour before market open, you don't deserve to trade. You don't deserve this. You don't deserve that. Like, hey, look, I'm sitting here as living proof. But I put in the time. When I first started this game, Pacific time, I'm at desk by 5:30. That's a whole hour before market opens my time. Consistently 5:30. I'm here. I'm gauging, I'm studying what has happened overnight. I'm studying how it's opening into pre-market. I'm studying how it opens after pre-market. All the different iterations of the volume profile that it's opening with, all the different iterations of the price action that it's opening with. When is the volume in Globex more important? And then when does it start to shift to the RTH inventory being more weighted, right? I've done that work, but it has led me to now understanding like, okay, well, in that time, I've gained that understanding of how, things can open, what I can expect if I got to desk an hour late, and what my system is. So a lot of times earlier on, I'm getting to desk like 7 o'clock B period, made this crazy move and I miss it. I'm like, it sucks. But I settled into scalping. And this is why I'm such a big scalper now still. I will always be, because it allows me access to this market at any period of the day, whether it's more consolidated, whether I've missed the two big moves, I can still make something out of it. And so this whole process led me to a way of doing things that I found, fit me. I'm going to adjust this risk. Fit me better. So don't take everything like so literally as you need to do things exactly as, everyone's a professional, I guess now, right? The most important part is finding out your triggers, finding out what you react to, in what way, and then trying to form a process around it, trying to refine a strategy around it. That's what's going to take you to consistency faster than just chasing strategies over and over and over and over. The key is finding out your personality, and that's something that no one really thinks to do. They think their personality is the same as that guy on their YouTube videos saying like, this is what I do and this is what everyone should do because this is the thing and the other things don't work. Like, sure, maybe for that guy, but not necessarily for you. I'm trying to see if it's worth adding to this at all. So give me a second, guys. Yeah, I'll add two. I'll add a third. We're up to 6. So I've added another 3. I'm watching this very closely. If this doesn't take off now, I'm going to hate the trade very quickly. We do have bids stepping up on order flow right now. I don't know why, but it's 23 lots at a time. Maybe it's Michael Jordan, but he's bidding, he's chasing the market. We'll see where this goes. I think as soon as this bid starts to fade, I will begin to cover some because my entry is not as good as I'd like it to be. We've got room into the 450s, but I would like to see it continue pressing. So they're still pressing buy side, which is why I'm still holding on to these. They're hitting offer. So my P&L is getting pretty close to a nice round number right now, and I'm tempted to just call this here, but I won't. I'm gonna let this thing play out. So we'll set some scales. We'll do 3 lots. 3 lots here. I don't know how to do this. All right, taking 3 off. We're gonna break even this because I don't want this thing to pull back too much further. But we'll set some limits. I'll do another one here. We'll go overnight and we'll go IB. Or break even. So, sorry. Yeah, I think if I were paying closer attention, or yeah, I would have got a better entry, but hey, we got 3 off. So huge risk of the market continuing downsides from where we just pulled back from near the edge of this node. So I want to take the risk off, get my money. So we made it's pretty good profits. We'll give it another go in the afternoon with Nick. Was that OR mid long? 5-minute OR mid, Nick? On NQ? I should slap the OR mid on at least. But yeah, well, got paid a little bit on that long. Sorry, I'm going back to the chat. I've just been ranting and then I found myself in a trade and what do I see in order flow? Inability to push price lower. They were really mashing the gas under VWAP. And as soon as they did build some pretty good volume from the 16s and 20s, and as soon as they started trading the 23s and not being able to trade under much longer anymore, this is where I started the longs. Pressed them up here as they pulled back one more time and came back higher. I didn't like my entry, which is why I was break even. I do understand they took me out, like probably really just wicked me out of my break even entry and they're continuing, but I was not willing to accept that added risk due to that entry. So the thing is, if my entries are not something I'm happy with, if it comes back to it, I don't consider it good enough to want to hold on to it. So why would I, right? I'm gonna bail out of that and see if I get a better entry, or maybe that's the invalidation point. So if I had a better entry, I wouldn't have even put a stop at break even yet, right? But that's a different idea. I didn't like this entry too much. It didn't give me too much confidence. And why would I continue to stick my neck out with risk if I don't feel that confident in the entry, right? So it was more so the ads, right? The original entries were down here. They're doing just fine. I peeled them off up here. Got actually a pretty decent chunk of points. And it was the ads that got pulled back to. The ads were too high up. I wanted to see it just continue to run with those ads. So that's how I'm managing. For anyone that's wondering, that's how I manage ads. If I'm adding, it's got to be working when I'm adding. If not, I'm peeling that off or I'm taking the whole trade off. Yeah, HK is exactly it. Some people might think I just roll out of bed, my hair looks the same because there's not much of it, and I just do things and make money and it's all willy-nilly. No, there was a process. There was a lot of studying, a lot of work, a lot of replay, film room. Like in any sport, you spend all the time getting better studying tape. And you just got to be honest with yourself, man. Some people are good at this. Some people are good at that. You know, Giannis is not that great at threes, but he's got a supermax contract, right? You've got people like Steph who can't really take it to the rack like Giannis, and he's got a supermax. Everyone's good at something. Play to your strengths. You know, you don't see someone else's strategy working, and you're like, I need to do this one. What if it doesn't match, right? You can't tell a player like Giannis, like, no. Threes work out really great for Steph Curry. So now you need to incorporate that and get as good at 3-pointers as Steph. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. You don't see Nike selling shoes, looking at Apple going, hey, they make a lot of money off phones. It's time we sell phones, right? No one's doing that. You're good at what you do. That's your trading process. That's your trading strategy, right? And that's your business. You're not in the business of someone else's strategy. You're not in the business of selling phones when you sell shoes. You're in the business of executing your strategy through your process. And it just simply needs to stay that way, refine it that way. If you find certain things about your process that doesn't match your personality, find a way to manage. I'm hesitant to say kill the demon, plug the hole, because to me it's not possible. It's going to be a never-ending journey, and you're going to keep losing confidence and this, and you'll never get anywhere. Just find a way to manage. First, you have to find the trigger. People don't realize even under that trigger, there's another one. There's another subconscious trigger that leads to that bigger trigger. You have to find all these things, and it takes refining. It's not strategy hopping. You have to refine, right? These are all the things that I dove into instead of chasing strategies or keywords, buzzwords, this concept, that concept. You do all that, and how fast you improve will be exponentially faster than the next trader. This year, May, marked year 4 for me. So I'm about halfway into year 5. But I found my stride very early. And I think it's because there's a difference between doing a lot of work and doing good work, effective work, efficient work. And some people don't have the access to the right communities or the right traders, the right people to understand certain things earlier. So I'm hoping that I can do that for whoever I'm streaming for, right? I've been streaming for years now. I did 3 years in OFL until recently, and every time I stream, even on here, I'm trying to give away as much alpha as I can. There is not a single piece of alpha that I have that's hidden behind any paywall that I'm holding for any paywall. I'm just trying to get it all out. I'm trying to brain dump it. That's why you hear me doing TED Talk, ranting, and all that stuff, because when I'm on it, when the wheels are turning and I'm on a topic and there's more to say, I'm just gonna brain dump word vomit for you guys, right? Yeah, that's pretty much what I have on that. Practicing, all levels of practice are not equal. Just because this guy's been trading, twice as long as me doesn't really mean that he's practiced more efficiently, right? There's a lot to go with that. There's a lot that doesn't get said. One of my hunches is because they don't want to. Maybe they do know this. Maybe these are things that people do know and they just don't say it. You don't find it on YouTube. Maybe because they can't sell you anything with it, right? I couldn't package this and sell it, right? But they want to keep things mystified. Concepts, strategies. There are very few out there who demystify things in regards to trading. Frank, where's a good YouTube channel for Order Flow University? The only thing I can think of is Axia, right? That every order flow trader knows is Axia Futures. But some of us are working on, we'll say, a home. We are working on a centralized area, website, YouTube, archive for people to go to when they want to get into order flow or get into more advanced order flow concepts. It's a cringe thing to say. I don't even want to say advanced concepts because these things are just things. We're not doing anything that's like crazy high level. They're all just things. But maybe just different concepts. that you guys might come across. You know, I do things differently. Stowe does things differently. Leo, Nick, they do things differently. But it's all order flow based. We're working on something for you guys. And you will be happy to know that it will be free. No paywall. Yeah. My mouth is like super dry from all this ranting. Yeah, you guys probably noticed by now, my morning sessions are a little different than like afternoon. There's more to talk about. There's more interaction in the chat, and there's a lot more ranting. In the afternoons, we're more like, you know, we joke around, we try to make stuff happen, but it's because the market's not really doing much in the afternoons, unfortunately. Generally, so my gains on the day, my P&L, this is a shutdown. Shut down your charts, go enjoy your day. You don't have to think about the market or care what it does anymore. So heading into the afternoon, we'll see what they're doing. Can't promise you any more trades. I will say I'm very appreciative of the network, the people behind the network and the chat for never pressuring us to make trades so that we are not like the other networks. I don't have to say their names, but you guys probably know who I'm talking about. Other networks who just want to see lines, execution lines on people's charts. We're here to do things the right way, to manage risk the right way, and to follow our process the way it's intended to be followed. We make a lot of jokes. We don't take ourselves seriously. You can see that by now. The four of us, we don't take ourselves seriously at all. We're just people just like you guys. We do things differently, but it's not in any case because we are different, right? You guys do just what we're doing, exactly how it is. And it's probably a lot easier than you could imagine. We don't take ourselves seriously, but we do take our trading very seriously. We'll make jokes, do all that stuff. We'll have fun with each other. We'll fade each other. I'll say stuff like my TP is your stop now, you know, things like that. It is what it is. Whether you're locked in, serious, focused, and so agitated, or you're super calm and collected, the market's going to do what it does regardless of how you're feeling, right? Something you have to resign all control to. And second chance long was good, but I think it's a good setup. It's a good trade. Mentally, I'm a bit tapped out right now. Mental capital. I'm just like tapped out of the market. What's the word? Checked out, execution wise. Like I said, an hour is my usual span. It's just how I'm used to doing things. The streams, you know, we're headed towards 9 o'clock my time. So I'll just be doing a little extra ranting until they kick me off. But this is a great long, a very, very, very good long. Crucial spot VWAP. Second attempt, fail. You've got to try this. Even if this trade doesn't work, this is a very good trade. This is how they will get back here and back into this and maybe even continue for the rest of the day. This is still higher than these lows. 2 attempts at VWAP, open, pivot, key spots. And the second time around, they absorbed a lot of shorts, right? We're seeing 40, 60, 43, 58 lots against, and then anything under it, trapped, ran against, and there's offer lifting out of it. This order flow, very, very executable. And if this is a losing trade, doesn't mean you shouldn't take it 10 times out of 10. This high, I don't know about this high, right? The risk, you got to make it make sense. Maybe size down, maybe skip the trade, but as they are failing in the 18s, under the 20s, it's a very good entry. Still valid here, but personally, I wouldn't really want to take it on like 20-point risk. Sack toucher. I appreciate that. I am happy to report, as we speculated yesterday, we are touching sack this morning. And maybe we can continue to touch sack through the afternoon when I come back on with Nick. But looking at volume now, looking at the profile now, there is a decent chance they're going to lock Nick and I into a very consolidated, untradable range. So don't blame me, all right? So this isn't good. Second attempt, and then another attempt up here not working. Now it's a different trade. It's a much different trade. But look at this absorption, huh? 137, 134, 100. This is 300 lots. Bid hitting. That is not getting continuation yet. What I think would be a really good long is if they can trade above the 450s to whatever capacity, overnight high, IB high, come back and hold anything under 450s. So this volume here, make note of this. If the market can start to leave this volume offsides, we can actually get really good activity on the upside, right? But the market testing this spot is not it's not unreasonable after finally coming back to this low volume area. Now, two choices. One choice was, all right, what are we going to do out here? Right, low volume. What are we going to do? They made the choice. Maybe not yet. This is going to be the second choice. If they cannot pull price lower and trade lower beneath the 400s, to me, that's the second choice. Up here, they decided, all right, maybe not yet. Let's test the downside again. The market auctions at auctions. And if they're not gonna push downsides under the 400s, I think this is gonna be the choice, the decision that leads to trading through into this upper area. Just me speculating. If it doesn't work, don't come after me. But always do not be speculative in the way of just trying to predict things, right? There's predictive and reactive. Let the market make the choices first. Let things line up and then flip your coin. So reactive, not predictive, but have a plan. Trump is speaking. Steve, no, not bag toucher. We're not touching bags anymore. Fatfish. That is a nice little science nugget. He says your brain uses more calories and glucose than the entire rest of your body and needs even more rest. Yeah, your strategy and all that stuff can be there, but you need to have that mental capital to be sharp always. Not many people want to pay attention to that. Do you wait for a woman Heiken to switch color when executing after retracement? Do I? Not necessarily. A lot of times it will, I think, but I'm looking at order flow. I'm looking at the DOM. That's the huge part. I think that's what helps me really keep my risk really tight. Trying to see some players come in, seeing what happens to them, and if something bad happens to the players that are driving the market, I think it will go the other way, and I'll risk the players. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Chris? What's up? Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Job. I know it's been super ranty. My mouth is so dry. But yeah, so Jim's not here for a while. He's on vacay, doing boss shit like Jim would. So very unfortunately for NT Live, they are left with me closing the show. What can I say? Thanks for hopping on. Please hit the likes on the way out. Please give us the support the stream. Hit the subscribe button, the like button. And I will be back in 2.5 hours, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern with Nick. And yeah, that's my sign off. Good luck, guys, if you're still trading this. Until then, and I'll see you guys then. Peace.